Please be seated. Sergeant, just a reminder, you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Slusher, if
Thank
you
you
would.
very much. Good morning, Sergeant Steiger.
Good morning.
Now, I'm going to do a brief recap to bring us to where we left off yesterday. Yesterday, you testified about some events that occurred and took place on May 25, 2020, prior to the defendant's arrival, and then some events immediately upon his arrival. Is that right?
Yes.
And you testified about Mr. Floyd's reluctance and resistance to get in the squad car and the officers' efforts to compel him to do so. Is that right?
Yes.
You then discussed how officers pulled him back out of the squad car onto the street. I believe you indicated that Mr. Floyd went to his knees on the ground and said thank you to the officers. Is that right?
Yes.
And it was at that point that the officers pushed him flat onto the ground into the prone position, and you saw Mr. Floyd kick with one leg while being pushed prone. Is that right?
Yes.
And I believe your testimony is that a reasonable officer could have interpreted that kick as being active aggression or active resistance.
Yes.
All right. I'd like to have you pick up your testimony there. Now, sir, just making some notes of the various times at which things occurred. I'd like to define sort of our restraint period, okay?
Yes, sir.
Now, based on your review of the body-worn camera footage and using Officer King's body-worn camera footage as a point of reference, can you tell the jury at what point in time, in your opinion, does the restraint itself begin?
Based on my review of the body-worn video, the restraint started at 20, 19, and 14 seconds.
And when does the restraint period end?
I believe it was 20, 28, and 43 seconds.
And sir, what is the duration then of that time period, the restraint period?
9 minutes and 29 seconds.
Now, in your opinion, does defendant's use of force during that time period need to be reasonable within the entire time period?
Yes.
Have you been able to determine what force what specific force the defendant applied to George Floyd during the restraint period, as in his body position?
Yes.
Now, if I could publish Exhibit 17, you've already reviewed that, and I believe you indicated Exhibit 17 shows how the defendant was positioned on George Floyd. I'm going to ask you to give some additional detail in that regard based on your analysis, all right?
Yes, sir.
So at this time, I would like to display to the witness only Exhibit 254 for identification. So does this 254 appear to be a composite of 5 different photos taken from offense materials in this case?
Yes, sir.
Can you just please, at a high level, explain what these different photos show, starting from upper left to the right and then down?
The upper left photo shows the beginning where the defendant and the other officers removed Mr. Floyd from the vehicle, the police vehicle, and were placing him in a prone position.
And the source of that photo?
I believe it was the building camera that was across the street.
Milestone?
Milestone, yes.
And then on the upper right?
The upper right picture depicts when the emergency medical services responded and they were about to put Mr. Floyd onto the gurney.
Okay. The lower portion of Exhibit 254 on the very left, what does that photo show?
That shows the defendant with his knee on Mr. Floyd's neck, and also his left knee on Mr. Floyd's neck and his right knee on Mr. Floyd's back.
Okay. The middle photo?
The middle photo shows the defendant with his left knee on Mr. Floyd's neck.
And then the final photo?
The final photo shows the defendant with his knee on Mr. Floyd's neck and lower neck area, as well as his right knee on the back of Mr. Floyd.
Right, and would the use of this composite exhibit 254 assist you in explaining your analysis of the specific force used by the defendant upon Mr. Floyd during the restraint period that you've just defined?
Yes.
I'll offer exhibit 254.
No objection.
254 is received.
I'm going to ask you to publish exhibit 254. And now I'd like you to, just in a little more detail, if we could take exhibit 254 and enlarge the upper left photo, first photo. All right, and again, this is the milestone footage, is that right?
Yes.
And the timestamp is 8:19 and 17 seconds, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you please explain to the jury what this shows relevant to your analysis?
Relevant to my analysis, it shows when the officers initially removed Mr. Floyd from the vehicle and they placed him in the prone position and they were utilizing body weight to control him as he was handcuffed.
And focusing on this individual, is that the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Right. And are you able to then make out the relative position of his legs relative to Mr. Floyd in that photo?
Yes, it appears that his knees are in a position where he's utilizing body weight, his left knee being in the neck area of Mr. Floyd and his right knee being in the back area.
All right, you can take that down and let's move to the next photo. I'm sorry, the photo in the lower left, so right beneath that. Yep, that's the one. Okay, first for frame of reference, is this taken from King's body-worn camera?
I believe so, yes.
All right, and we note the timestamp. It's at 20:19 and 27 seconds.
Yes.
All right, please describe to the jury what it is you see here.
Here, I believe the defendant's left knee is on Mr. Floyd's neck and his right knee is on his back area.
All right, if you could use the stylus and place a circle around the left knee of the defendant. And now on the right knee of the defendant. Okay. Now, based on your review, does this show the relative position of the defendant's knees during the entirety of the restraint period?
Yes.
If you could take that down. And now the middle photo is consistent with Exhibit 17, which you've already reviewed. But again, you see the positioning from a different angle of the defendant's left knee. Is that correct?
Yes.
And can you note anything specific about the position of his feet?
His feet are spread apart and on the ground.
Based on your experience in training, where would the majority of the defendant's body weight be given the position of the left knee, the right knee, and the feet?
That would be on his knees and pushing down from his knee area from his body.
And if you could take that down. All right. Now, if you could go to the upper right photo, this shows another moment in time, and the timestamp is at 8:27:49. This is from the milestone video. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. What does this moment in time show?
It shows the defendant still on Mr. Floyd and the EMS personnel going over to try to survey what was going on.
This is shortly before the end of the restraint period that you've defined. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, were you able to observe the relative position of the defendant using the milestone video from the start of the restraint period to this point?
Yes.
Did it change?
No.
If you could take that down, please. All right, and then if you highlight the last photo, lower right. Okay. And this is from King's body-worn camera, is that right?
Yes.
Timestamp indicates 20/28/43. This is at the what you've defined as the end of the restraint period.
Yes.
And can you please describe to the jury what you see here relative to the defendant's leg positioning?
Yes, the defendant's left knee again is still on Mr. Floyd's neck or neck area, and his right knee is on his back area.
If you take that down, please. And so based on your review of all of the camera footage, the defendant's body position with respect to that particular force did not change during the entire restraint period.
Correct.
Sir, if you could take that down, please. To ask you if the defendant, if you observe the defendant on the body-worn camera apply any other type of force upon George Floyd other than what you saw with respect to his legs and body weight.
Yes. Towards the beginning of the original restraint, the defendant used his right hand, and he was appeared to be attempting to use a pain compliance on Mr. Floyd's left hand.
This time I'd like to publish Exhibit 255, which I believe is in evidence. Using Exhibit 255, sir, can you please explain to the jury what you mean, and if the stylus would help, you can use that.
Yes. So here you can see the defendant's right hand grasping the fingers of Mr. Floyd's left hand.
You use the
and
term.
squeezing him.
I'm
It
sorry.
appears to be squeezing him.
And you use that term pain compliance. Can you please describe what that means?
Yes, so pain compliance is a technique that officers use to get a subject to comply with their commands. As they comply, then they are rewarded with a reduction of pain.
And how would this positioning induce pain?
This can induce pain a couple of ways, either by squeezing of the fingers and bringing the knuckles together, which can cause pain, or also basically pulling the wrist into the handcuff, which can cause pain as well.
And you can see on Exhibit 255 where there's where Mr. Floyd is handcuffed.
Yes.
Can you please put a circle around that? Okay, so is it your testimony then that the drawing of the fingers down and the wrist down towards the handcuffs could induce pain?
Yes, especially because the handcuffs were not double locked. Double locked meaning that they could continue to ratchet tighter as the person moved.
Were you able to hear instances of what you recognize to be ratcheting during your review of the body-worn cameras?
Yes.
So in the principle of pain compliance, if I'm to understand your testimony, you would inflict pain for the purpose of having the subject obey your command.
Yes, comply.
What if there's no opportunity for compliance?
Then at that point, it's just pain.
You again observed the entirety of the body-worn camera footage. Did you see whether the defendant discontinued the use of this pain compliance technique during the restraint period that you've defined?
Yes, I did, and no, he did not.
If you could take that down, please. Sir, you previously testified about the Graham versus Connor factors, the three different factors you used in your analysis. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
In your review of Minneapolis Police Departmental policy, does the Minneapolis Police Department integrate these Graham-Connor factors into its policy and procedure manual?
Yes.
Now, you testified as to these factors, at least one of them, of the actions, what happened prior to the restraint period. I'd now like you to focus on the restraint period itself, okay?
Okay.
And if we could publish Exhibit 217. I believe it's page 2. And highlight the 3 bullets in the middle of the page. All right. This is from the Minneapolis Police Department Use of Force Policy and Procedure Manual, Section 5-300 series. Is that right?
Yes.
And you see the different Graham versus Connor factors outlined here that you previously testified about. True?
Yes.
Now, you've already spoken as to the first factor, the severity of the crime at issue. Did that change during the restraint period?
No, the crime was still that Mr. Floyd was in possession of a fake $20 bill.
So I'd like you to focus then on the second factor, that is whether Mr. Floyd posed an immediate threat to the safety of the officers or others at the time during the restraint period.
No, he did not.
And why not?
Because he was in the prone position, he was handcuffed, he was not attempting to resist, he was not attempting to assault the officers, kick, punch, or anything of that nature.
Did he ever communicate an intent to do so?
No, he did not. I didn't hear any verbalization of any threats towards the officers.
Did he ever indicate whether or not he had the ability to do so?
No, he did not.
Can you comment as to the number of other officers on the scene present at the time and how that would relate to any opinion you have regarding whether Mr. Floyd presented a threat?
Yes, so another factor that's considered when evaluating a use of force is the number of officers versus the number of subjects. In this particular instance, there were actually 5 officers on scene, 3 officers that were using body weight on Mr. Floyd, and there were 2 additional officers that were on scene as well.
And in terms of the threat, there's a descriptor here, and that is it needs to be an immediate threat. Is that right?
Correct.
And so on your analysis, Mr. Floyd, in order to pose an immediate threat, would be able to presently cause some sort of harm. Is that correct?
Yes, immediate meaning it is happening right now.
Now, focusing on the third factor, and that is whether Mr. Floyd was actively resisting or attempting to evade arrest by flight. Could you describe to the jury your analysis as to that third factor?
Based on my analysis, Mr. Floyd never was not actively resisting at the time that he was in the prone position, nor did he communicate to them that he was attempting to resist or evade them.
Now, are you familiar with the concept of proportionality? You could take that down, please.
Yes, I am.
Can you please explain the concept of proportionality as it relates to the use of force to the jury?
Yes, so proportionality basically means that an officer is only allowed to use a level of force that's proportional to the seriousness of the crime or the level of resistance that a subject is using towards the officers.
Are you familiar with a graphic known as a force continuum that can be used to illustrate this point?
Yes.
And does the Minneapolis Police Department use a similar item, a force continuum, to illustrate this point to its officers?
Yes, they do.
And if I can show Publish Exhibit 110, is this the force continuum that MPD uses, the version of it?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, if you could take that down, please. Exhibit 919 is a demonstrative exhibit that can be used to illustrate this concept, and I'm going to ask that Exhibit 919 be published at this point.
No objection, Your Honor.
You may.
All right, sir, we're publishing Exhibit 919, and what I'd like you to do is sort of walk the jury through the concepts of proportionality using 919 demonstrative to explain. You would begin, please.
Okay. If you look on the far left, you see the subject's behavior. It starts off being active aggression, goes down to active resistance, then passive resistance. We'll start at the top being active aggression. So if the subject's behavior is active aggression, then depending on the severity of it, if it could cause serious bodily injury or death, then an officer is allowed to use deadly force. Moving down, if the subject's actions don't meet the deadly force threshold, then an officer is allowed to use a baton. Also, stunning strikes and unconscious neck restraint. Stunning strike is basically a type of force that an officer can use when he is being assaulted to temporarily stun the person so that they can try to control them. Obviously, also the unconscious neck restraint, I believe, is when an officer uses a neck restraint or a carotid restraint to temporarily make the person unconscious. Continually moving down, as the subject's behavior is less aggressive, moving closer to active resistance, you see an officer is allowed to use a CED, which is a conducted electronic device, or what you might be known to know as a taser. And also they can use a chemical aerosol, which you would also maybe know as a pepper spray. If the subject's behavior doesn't meet that threshold, then an officer can utilize a distraction technique. A distraction technique is typically similar to a stunning strike, but in basically a distraction technique is used to temporarily stun the person in order to follow up with another technique to possibly take them down to the ground or use it to control them as well. Obviously, you have a control takedown as well, and a conscious neck restraint to control the person based off of their active resistance. Moving down, if the subject's behavior is passive resistance, then an officer can use a joint manipulation or a pressure point or escort holds, and these are probably the most commonly used types of force when officers are in the field. And then lastly, you have verbalization and just an officer's presence when the person is complying or, possibly passively resisting just verbally.
And if no resistance is offered?
Then just your presence.
Sir, do you have an opinion to a degree of reasonable professional certainty to how much force was reasonable for the defendant to use on Mr. Floyd after Mr. Floyd was handcuffed, placed in the prone position, and not resisting?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
My opinion was that no force should have been used once he was in that position.
I see on this continuum that phrase deadly force. Is deadly force defined?
Yes.
Is it defined in Minneapolis Police Departmental policy?
Yes, it is.
At this time, I'd like to publish Exhibit 216, and if you could move to page 2, calling out the definition of deadly force. And, sir, could you read into the record for the jury what the definition of deadly force is, beginning at force which the actor uses?
Yes. Force which the actor uses with the purpose of causing or which the actor should reasonably know creates a substantial risk of causing death of great bodily harm.
I'd like to now republish Exhibit 254, the composite. And this is the force applied. I'm going to ask you, sir, do you have an opinion to a degree of reasonable professional certainty whether the force used, as shown in Exhibit 254, whether that force being applied then for the restraint period, which you've defined as 9 minutes and 29 seconds, would constitute deadly force?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
That it would.
Why is that?
Because at the time of the restraint period, Mr. Floyd was not resisting. He was in the prone position. He was handcuffed. He was not attempting to evade. He was not attempting to resist. And the pressure that was being caused by the body weight could cause positional asphyxia, which could cause death.
Is positional asphyxia a known risk in law enforcement?
Yes, it is.
How long have the dangers of positional asphyxia been known?
At least 20 years. I can recall a Department of Justice memo from, I believe, 1995 that discussed it, and I know that I was trained on it in 1995 as well.
And the risk or the danger of positional asphyxia, the worst outcome is death. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And when we talk about positional asphyxia and the risk, is that risk increased with the increase of pressure on the subject?
Yes, so positional asphyxia can occur even if there is no pressure, no body weight on a subject. Just being in that position, and especially being handcuffed, creates a situation where the person has a difficult time breathing, which could cause death. When you add body weight to that, then it just increases the possibility of death.
And what additional weight did you see in your analysis here?
The defendant's body weight, as well as the two other individuals, the two other officers.
One of the other officers appear to be pressing down on Mr. Floyd.
Yes.
Was that Officer King?
Yes.
And what was Officer Lane doing?
He was holding his legs.
You can take that down, please. Sir, in applying the rules of use of force and use of reasonable force, it's the officer has to consider the totality of circumstances. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And one of the circumstances can be the location. That could be important. Is that right?
Yes.
And are you aware that there was a group of bystanders who eventually began to watch the defendant and the other officers use force on Mr. Floyd?
Yes.
Now, sir, in your experience with the Los Angeles Police Department and in the areas you were patrolling, have you ever had to use force or apply force or handcuff a suspect in the view of bystanders?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever had to handcuff an unwilling suspect or subject in the view of bystanders?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever had to do so in the presence of a hostile crowd?
Yes, sir.
Could you define a hostile crowd in that context?
I would define hostile crowd in the situations I've been in where the crowd or members of the crowd were threatening and or throwing bottles and rocks at us, at the police.
Have you had that experience?
Yes, sir.
On more than one occasion?
Yes.
Okay. So if I could publish Exhibit 184, and getting back to the circumstances of this case, this appear to be the bystanders that were gathered watching the defendant apply force to Mr. Floyd.
Yes, it does.
When you reviewed the body-worn cameras, did you see anybody throw any rocks or bottles?
No, I did not.
Did you see anyone physically attack the officers?
No, I did not.
Did you hear foul language or name-calling?
There was some name calling, yes, but and some foul language, but that was about the most of it.
Did that factor into your analysis?
No.
Why not?
Because I did not perceive them as being a threat.
And why is that?
Because they were merely filming, and most of it was their concern for Mr. Floyd.
And in terms of proportionality in the force continuum, is the officer able to increase the use of force on an individual based on the conduct of some third party over whom the subject has no control?
No, the officers can only use force based on the subject's actions.
Do you acknowledge that loud noise and name calling can in fact be distracting?
Yes, it can be.
What does an experienced and trained officer do in the face of that sort of distraction?
They continue to assess and reassess their force, or they would attempt to lower any type of threat level that they may perceive.
Now, based on your review of the offense materials and the records, as of May 25, 2020, how long had the defendant been a Minneapolis police officer?
Approximately 19 years.
And if we can call out, publish Exhibit 203, and if you could highlight the top portion. These appear to be workforce training records of the defendant, is that right?
Yes.
And it indicates approximately 866 hours.
Yes.
of paid training?
Yes.
Do you think that should have been sufficient training to prepare the defendant for this distraction?
Absolutely.
You take that down, please. Now, sir, but you do acknowledge that it would be possible for a loud group, to distract a defendant from being attentive to George Floyd. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you believe that occurred?
No, I do not.
Why is that?
Because in the body-worn video, you can hear Mr. Floyd displaying his discomfort and pain, and you can also hear the defendant responding to him.
Now, at this time, I'd like to publish Exhibit 47 and bring us to the body. That's the body-worn camera footage of Lane. Bring us to the point of 20, 22, and 23 seconds. Okay. And at this time, I'd like to publish that and play that section for the jury.
My stomach hurts. My neck hurts. Everything hurts. There's water or something. Please. Please. I can't breathe, officer.
Stop talking, stop
They
yelling.
will kill me. They will kill me, man.
Takes a heck of a lot of oxygen.
Come on, man.
All right. Is that the exchange that you testified to of the defendant responding to statements of Mr. Floyd?
Yes, sir.
And sir, approximately how long did the defendant continue to restrain George Floyd after the exchange we just heard?
I believe 6 minutes.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Nelson.
I may have just a moment to get set up, Your Honor.
Morning, Sergeant Steiger.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here. Did you enjoy the rain last night?
Yes.
A little different than California, right?
Yes, we don't get that much.
Right. Sergeant, I have a few questions first and foremost about your experience. Have you ever previously testified in any court or in any state or in federal court as an expert on the police use of force?
No, I have not.
Have you ever been qualified by any court of competent jurisdiction on as an expert in the use of police force?
Yes.
Where?
In Los Angeles during a trial of use of force that I was the investigator for.
Okay. Is that the only time in that case?
Yes.
And you are here in your own personal capacity, correct?
Yes, sir.
You are not here as a representative of either the Los Angeles Police Department or the Office of Inspector General, correct?
Correct.
The training that you've experienced and that you have conducted, that has all been by the Los Angeles Police Department, correct?
No.
So the training you received to become a police officer, it's primarily conducted by the Los Angeles Police Department, correct?
Yes.
You may have gone to some outside vendor training, but those vendors had to be approved by the Los Angeles Police Department, correct?
Yes.
Meaning the training that you attended outside of LAPD stuff would have to be consistent with Los Angeles Police Department's policies.
Not necessarily, no.
Okay.
They have to be in compliance with California Post.
Okay. Now, you would agree that the policies of the Los Angeles Police Department are their policies, correct?
Correct.
And the policies of every police department are going to be different to some degree.
To some degree, yes.
And some police departments may authorize a particular form of force while others don't, correct?
To a certain extent, yes.
And that is a question of the reasonableness of that type of force. One department may say this is not a reasonable use of force, and another department may say this is a reasonable use of force.
Based on my training experience, every agency that I've seen base their use of force policy on Graham versus Connor, so it's pretty standard.
Right. But in terms of the actual tactics of the use of force, right? So a department may authorize the use of a particular tool, and another department may not authorize that tool.
Correct.
Use of, and thus they're both uses of force or potential uses of force, and the instruments to use that force may be different.
Yes, but they all have to fall into the objective reasonableness standard.
Understood. But one department could determine that that type of an instrument or that technique is within the reasonableness, objective reasonableness standard, while another department may not. Agree?
Correct.
So there can be, it's another way of saying reasonable minds can differ.
Correct.
Now, you testified that you have been a trainer for the Los Angeles Police Department in terms of their tactics, correct?
Yes, sir.
So when you talk about your training experience, are you doing it from like a teacher, you're teaching, lecturing, that type of standpoint, or are you doing the training on the mats, training the techniques, or both?
Both.
You've never been trained by the Minneapolis Police Department, correct?
No, I have not.
All right. But upon being hired in this case, you received a lot of materials in this case, right?
Yes, I did.
You received an extensive amount of Minneapolis Police Department training materials, right?
Yes.
And you received investigative reports, right?
Yes.
From the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, correct?
Yes.
And you received video cameras, correct? Or videotapes, correct?
Yes.
And you received materials within the training materials that also contained like videos or examples and illustrative type of materials as a part of the training materials, right?
I don't quite understand.
Well, let me rephrase it. Sometimes in a PowerPoint presentation, there may be a video embedded in that PowerPoint presentation. And that video is an example of a specific move, or it may be training exercises or these scenario-based trainings. Did you see all of those?
No, I did not. I wasn't able to, because most of the PowerPoint presentations were in a PDF form, so I was not able to view the videos.
Okay. So you've not seen the training videos prepared by the Minneapolis Police Department?
No.
But all of this material that you have received is in fact what you used in part to form your opinions in this case, right?
Yes, sir.
You relied on those materials to a certain extent.
Yes.
And some of those materials were completely irrelevant to this case, agreed?
Yes.
Such as the use of the taser, right?
Yes.
Such as the mounted patrol unit, right?
Yes.
But you received other information that was informative and had an effect on your analysis in this case, agreed?
Yes.
So those training materials were an important part of how you came to form your opinion.
Yes.
Now you ultimately prepared a written report, correct?
Yes, I did.
And in your written report, you detailed your opinions and findings on the case, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you also made an exhibit of the materials that you reviewed, right?
Yes.
Now, would you agree that your report in total is 461 pages?
Yes.
Right. I have it here. Right. 461 pages.
Yes.
Of the 461 pages, 26 pages constitute your opinions, right?
Correct.
And from page 27 to 461, this is a list of the materials that you reviewed in preparation of this case.
That I received.
That you received.
Yes.
And you reviewed some, but not all of these materials.
Correct.
All right. Ultimately, what you concluded that you received a total of 5,737 different training materials or items to review.
I don't know the exact number, but
If the last number in your list is 5,737, would you dispute that?
well, I would have to look at it, but yeah, I
Wouldn't disagree.
wouldn't disagree.
All right. In addition to your analysis, you're using and relying on your own training, right?
Yes.
Your own experience as a police officer, right?
Correct.
Your experiences doing both peer review of use of force with the Los Angeles Police Department and your investigation of uses of force, correct?
Correct.
And you ultimately submitted your report to the state of Minnesota on January 31st of this year, correct?
I believe so. Yes, that's correct.
Since you have submitted your report, have you received any additional information, investigative or otherwise, about this case?
No.
So any training materials that came to us subsequent to January 31st, any investigative information that was received, you've not had an opportunity to review that, right?
Correct.
Since submitting your report, it's fair to say that you've also had several conversations with prosecutors in connection with this case, correct?
Correct.
I believe that you met with prosecutors or conversed with prosecutors on February 1st of this year, March 3rd of this year, March 11th of this year, and April 3rd of this year. Would you dispute me if I told you that those were the dates?
I mean, I would have to look at my calendar, but no, I believe that's correct.
Your Honor, we have a quick sidebar.
So I guess in addition, you had an additional meeting with prosecutors after court last night.
Excuse me?
In addition to the dates I've already referenced, you had some additional trial preparation yesterday with the prosecution, right? After your testimony?
No, we had a brief conversation, but no trial prep.
Okay. You and I have never met or spoke, right?
Correct.
But you're aware that prosecutors give me summaries of those meetings?
Yes.
So you also testified yesterday that in your role with the Los Angeles Police Department and the Office of Inspector General, thank you. You've reviewed thousands of use of force cases, right?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that those cases range in terms of the use of force, right? The types of force used are very variable.
Correct.
Some cases may involve whether an officer should have punched a person, right?
Correct.
Some may involve whether they should have used a particular technique or not, a taser, for example.
Correct.
Some involve the use of deadly force, correct?
Correct.
But they're not all, these thousands of cases are not all deadly force or resulting in the death of an individual, right?
Correct.
And in fact, the vast majority of these are based upon like civilian complaints, perhaps, or sergeant's review of a use of force, right?
Sergeant's review, a sergeant's investigation, yes.
Right.
Not civilian complaints, but primarily our sergeant's investigation.
So in the Los Angeles Police Department, it's similar to the Minneapolis Police Department. If an officer uses force, there are certain types of force they have to report to their superior, correct?
Correct.
And then the superior, the sergeant, will review and investigate that use of force, correct?
Correct.
And then that process, from once that report is completed, you were on the panel of people that reviewed that investigation.
On certain occasions, yes.
So again, I mean, in your capacity of reviewing the use of force, you would agree that Graham versus Connor is the standard,
Correct.
right? It is the universal standard for all police officers in the United States, right?
To my knowledge, yes.
And that's because it comes from the United States Supreme Court, right?
Yes.
Kind of the highest law making or the highest court in the land, right?
Correct.
And that's the standard that the Office of Inspector General uses,
It uses the Los Angeles Police Department's use of force policy.
which also includes the Graham versus Connor Center.
Correct.
Now, in terms of Minneapolis, that's the same standard we use here.
Yes, it is.
Right. And that's embodied in the Minneapolis Police Department's use of force policy 5-303, correct?
I don't know the exact number, but yes, I believe so.
Now, the Graham versus Connor factor, if I just may have a second. You've talked yesterday and today about the Graham v. Connor factors, and you've done thousands of use of force reviews. You're comfortable discussing Graham versus Connor?
Yes, I am.
Okay. I'd ask the
We have a sidebar on that.
Sure.
So again, you've reviewed the Minneapolis Police Department policy that incorporates Graham versus Connor, correct?
Correct.
And within the Minneapolis Police Department policy, I'd ask the court to, I would like you to publish Exhibit 106. I have 106 up. There is, at Exhibit 106, there is the incorporation of Graham versus Connor.
Yes.
All right. Now, the authorized use of force in the state of Minnesota exists primarily from a state statute, correct?
Yes.
And then that state statute, in terms of the police department policy, has to be consistent with the Graham versus Connor factors, right?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that there's more to the analysis of Graham versus Connor than simply the severity of the crime, the immediacy of the threat, or the act of resistance, right?
Yes.
In fact, what the ultimate police department policy says here is because the test of reasonableness under the Fourth Amendment is not capable of precise definition or mechanical application, its proper application requires careful attention to the facts and circumstances of each particular case, including those three factors.
Correct.
Right? Not limited to those three factors, though.
Correct.
After we discuss those, after the policy discusses those three factors, the policy goes on to read that the reasonableness of a particular use of force must be judged from the perspective of the reasonable officer, correct?
Correct.
on the scene, correct?
Correct.
Rather than with the 20/20 vision of hindsight, right?
Right.
And the reason that becomes important is this next paragraph, which reads, the calculus of reasonableness must embody allowance for the fact that police officers are often forced to make split-second judgments in circumstances that are tense, uncertain, and rapidly evolving about the amount of force that is necessary in a particular situation. Agreed? That's what it
That's
says?
what it says. Yes, you're correct.
And this is the Minneapolis Police Department policy.
Correct.
And then it concludes by saying that the authorized use of force requires careful attention to the facts and circumstances of each case. Agreed?
Correct.
All right. So ultimately, the analysis of the objective reasonableness of any case has to be a consideration of all of these thoughts that are contained within the policy.
If they apply, yes.
And this is not an exclusive list of factors that apply, right?
Correct.
Because ultimately, it's what's called the totality of the circumstances
Yes.
event, right?
Yes.
So we have to look at the entirety of everything that's going on, right?
Yes, we have to look at the subject's actions as well as the officer's actions. And typically during my analysis, I look at the actions before, during, and after, what the officer knew at the time, and things of that nature.
And sometimes the use of force is instantaneous, right?
Sometimes, but not in this case. I didn't believe so.
Understood. But sometimes the use of force is instantaneous.
Sometimes, correct.
Right. I shoot a gun, that's a very fast action, right?
Correct.
I punch you in the face, that's a quicker type of a reaction.
Correct.
I tase you, it's a quicker reaction. It's just inherently a fast action.
In some cases, correct.
And ultimately, one of the things you said yesterday was that you concluded that this was an excessive use of force, right?
Yes.
That's not the standard, is it? The question is whether it is an objectively reasonable use of force, right?
Correct.
Now, when we review an authorized, or whether a use of force is authorized, there are sort of layers to that analysis. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
All right. And I'm going to kind of start from the out and then work my way in. There's the general training that an officer has and his experience or her experience, right?
Yes.
There is kind of a mid-level of surrounding circumstances, right? Like, what do we know about the geography? What do we know about the neighborhood? What do we know about the people involved, right?
Yes.
And then there's the direct kind of layer, which is what's the type of force being used? How long is it being used? What are the subject and the officer's actions and reactions, right?
Yes. Seriousness of crime, things of that nature, yes.
Yep. So, under the reasonable officer standard, we have to take into consideration the officer's training, right?
Yes.
We have to take into account his or her personal experience, right?
Yes.
We have to take into account tactical advantages or disadvantages, right?
Correct.
We have to take into account scene security.
Yes.
We have to take into account the safety and security of our police, our partners, right?
Yes.
We have to take into account the public's safety, right?
Yes.
We have to take into account the location, generally speaking. Is this a high crime, moderate crime, or low crime area, right? We
Yes.
take that into account. We have to take into account the specific location, meaning, am I in a middle of a busy intersection where buses and cars are driving by, or am I in someone's yard, backyard, right?
Yes.
We have to take into account de-escalation possibilities, right?
Yes.
So you've seen, and you discussed a little bit yesterday, the Minneapolis Police Department, I'm sorry, we can take this down. The Minneapolis Police Department's critical decision-making model, right?
I don't believe we discussed that yesterday.
But you reviewed that,
Yes.
And you understand that what an officer is supposed to do is kind of go through this cycle process, taking in information, right?
Yes.
Assessing the risk, the threat, deciding is it lawful for me to do this? How do I react? Ultimately with the goal of keeping everybody safe, right?
Yes, that's a pretty standard thing to continually reassess as you are using force.
Right. Reassessment is a specific tool,
Yes.
and that's common to police officers, right?
Yes, sir.
You have to take into account that sometimes incidents or interactions with a citizen are benign at best, right? They're not risky in any sense.
Correct.
But that not risky situation can very quickly become a very risky situation. Agreed?
Agreed.
And there are certain circumstances that officers, they walk into knowing that this could be a higher risk situation, right?
Yes, depending on the nature of the call, things of that nature.
Right. So, for example, domestic assault calls have a high risk, right, to an officer.
Yes, just like a robbery or
Just like a robbery,
Shooting.
a shooting. Lots of situations that officers are expected to go into, they go into with a heightened sense of awareness. Agreed?
correct.
And sometimes an officer will walk into a situation, have no sense of risk or no sense of concern, but they have to prepare for the unexpected. Agreed?
I wouldn't agree with that. I believe, based on my training and experience, most officers, once we put that uniform on and we respond to a call, we know that there's a risk factor. We just don't know what level, depending on the severity of the severity of the call.
Right. So every single time an officer responds to a call, there is an inherent risk.
Correct.
Right? That's the nature of policing. Right?
Yes, it is.
And an officer, a reasonable officer, has to be prepared for that risk level to change.
Correct. That's where we use tactics.
Now, again, one of the things that officers have to take into consideration is their department's policies, right?
Yes.
And you would agree, would you not, that every single use of force policy that Minneapolis has some form of what's called a qualifier, meaning if it's reasonable, or if it's safe, or if it's tactically proper, right?
Yes.
So all of the analysis has to depend upon the safety, the practicality, and in certain circumstances, tactics, right?
In certain circumstances, yes.
Right.
In most cases, the objective reasonableness of the actual force being used.
Right. And when we look at the use of force, we don't look at the use of force in a vacuum, do we?
No, we do not. We should not. I've seen some agencies, that's all they focus on is the actual use of force. But when I do my analysis, I look at the totality of the circumstances, meaning I look at the officer's tactics as well as the subject's actions during the whole entire incident.
Right. And because it's a totality of the circumstances analysis, we need to, and it's objectively reasonable based on the facts of this particular case, correct?
Correct.
And so we need to look very closely at all of the facts in assessing whether or not the use of force was reasonable. Agreed?
Agreed.
So let's talk about the facts of this case. Do you understand that Officer Chauvin was the initial officer dispatched to this call?
Yes.
And that dispatch ultimately, what's called the sector car, took over the call, and Officer Chauvin was no longer responding, right?
Correct. He was no longer the primary unit.
Right. It's reasonable for a police officer to rely upon information he or she receives from dispatch, correct?
Correct.
And so you understand that in this particular case, dispatch advised the officers that the suspect was still on scene, correct?
Correct.
That it was a priority 1 response call, correct?
Correct.
That means get there quick, right? That's code 3, get there with lights and sirens, right?
I don't know the exact code for Minneapolis PD, but I believe you.
Okay. and that the suspect was 6 to 6.5 feet tall, right?
Yes.
And that he was possibly under the influence,
Correct.
right? So it's reasonable for an officer to rely upon that information in response to a call, right?
Yes.
And
So they can confirm it.
they can confirm it, but it also sets the stage, right? We're talking about the inherent risks, right?
Yes.
So it's much different how a police officer, a reasonable police officer, would respond to an intoxicated, large person versus a smaller person who's just a little crabby, right?
In some cases, yes. I've seen small people put up bigger fights than bigger people.
So it's reasonable for a police officer to be in a heightened sense of awareness based upon the information they receive from dispatch. Agreed?
Agreed.
Now, ultimately, you understand that under the facts of this case, Officer Chauvin was dispatched a second time, correct?
Correct.
And that's because the dispatcher heard that officers were taking someone out of the car, right?
Yes.
And so let's just kind of stop there for a second. When you consider the fact that this was a forgery or a counterfeiting call, and you don't expect to use force in that type of a situation, you wouldn't normally expect.
Correct.
But now you hear dispatch send you on an emergency basis to the scene because officers are using force, right? They took somebody out of the car.
Taking someone out of a car is not necessarily a use of force.
Have you listened to the dispatch of this, the audio of the dispatch of this case?
I believe so.
And the testimony of the 911 operator was that she heard screaming and scuffling or some sort of a noise that prompted her to dispatch a second car, right?
I didn't hear her testimony.
Okay. But officers, they do hear, they get the radio traffic, right?
Yes.
They do hear all of the communication amongst all of the officers, right?
Correct.
And it's reasonable for an officer to rely on that information, right?
Yes.
And if you are an officer and you hear a scuffle on the radio, you hear we're taking one out, and you get dispatched code 3 or in an emergent situation, it's reasonable for an officer to come in with a heightened sense of alertness and awareness.
Absolutely.
And you would expect that, right?
Yes.
You've responded to these calls, I'm sure, thousands of times, right?
Yes.
So now you have an officer, a reasonable officer, would have a heightened sense of concern about this call.
Correct.
So when Officer Chauvin arrived at 8:17 and 23 seconds, he knew that some degree of force was being used because of what he heard on the dispatch, presumably, correct?
Correct.
He knew that other officers were there, right?
Yes.
He knew that he was being dispatched to back up a situation, right?
Yes.
He knew that the individual suspect was possibly impaired, right?
Yes.
Based on the dispatch, and he knew that he was 6 to 6 feet tall. 6 to 6.5 feet tall.
Yes.
And so when Officer Chauvin arrived on scene, he had a certain amount of information that a reasonable police officer can rely on in forming his or her next steps, right?
Yes.
And when he arrived, he observed Mr. Floyd and 2 officers, correct?
Correct.
At the back seat of a squad car, correct?
Correct.
And what you described as Mr. Floyd actively resisting their attempts to put him into the back seat of the squad car.
Yes.
At that point, according to the model, the use of force continuum, Officer Chauvin, theoretically, based on what he saw, active resistance, he could have come up and dry stunned him or tased him. That would be within the active resistance, struggling use of force continuum.
Yes.
He didn't do that, right?
No, he did not.
Because sometimes an officer has to back down in their use of force, right?
In certain situations, yes.
A reasonable officer who comes on scene based with all of the information that he has at that particular time, right, comes into the scene, sees two other police officers struggling with an actively resisting person, right? It's reasonable for that officer to assist his fellow officers in their efforts, right?
Correct.
And you observed the squad, or excuse me, the body camera footage of the struggle, right?
Yes, I did.
And you would agree that from the time Officer Chauvin gets on scene into the time that Mr. Floyd is proned on the ground, Mr. Floyd was actively resisting efforts to go into the backseat of the squad car.
Yes, sir.
And the officers were reasonable in their use of force in their attempt to get him into the back of the squad car. Agreed?
Agreed.
Now, in this context, Mr. Floyd was saying certain things as he was being attempted to be put into the back of the squad car, right?
Yes.
You recall him at that point saying things like, "I'm not a bad guy."
Yes.
Do you remember him saying, "I have COVID,"
Yes.
or "I just got
I
over
just
the
got
COVID"?
COVID. Yes.
Do you remember him saying at that point, "I can't breathe"?
Yes.
He was saying to the police officers at that point, "I can't breathe,"
Yes.
as he was actively resisting their efforts to put him into the squad car.
Yes.
Now, again, in the course of your career and in the course of your training, experience, and all of the context that you've done, have you ever had somebody say to you, to attempt to bargain with you to avoid being arrested?
Yes.
Sort of like, "Hey man, I'll do what you want as long as I don't have to go to jail," right?
Yes.
Or somebody may be fighting and they may agree to stop fighting with you through a bargaining process, right? Saying, "If I get to sit on the curb, I will stop fighting."
Yes. In certain instances, yes.
Right. Have you ever had a person feign a physical ailment as you attempted to arrest them?
Yes.
Sometimes people will say, "I'm having a heart attack," right? "I think I'm having a heart attack. Don't take me to jail. Take me to the hospital."
Yes.
Right? And it's fair to say that the vast majority, well, I shouldn't say the vast majority, it's fair to say that one of the things that an officer has to do in the assessment of the reasonableness of his use of force is take into consideration what the suspect is saying and how he's acting.
Yes. 100%.
Right? So if somebody is saying, "I can't breathe," and they're passing out and they're not resisting, that's one form of an analysis, right?
Yes.
Because the actions of the suspect are consistent with the verbal utterances he's making, right?
Yes.
Other times, and in this particular case, when Mr. Floyd was initially saying that he couldn't breathe, he was actively resisting arrest.
Initially, when he was in the backseat of the vehicle, yes.
And in fact, he was using his legs to push back and to use his body weight to against the officers, right?
Yes.
And at one point, 3 Minneapolis police officers were attempting to get him into the backseat of the squad car from the passenger side of the car, correct?
Correct.
And they were not able to do so.
No.
And in your report, you described it as when the futility of their efforts became clear, I think was the term you used.
I can't recall using that word, but maybe I did.
All right. Would you disagree? Would it refresh your recollection to review your report?
Yes, absolutely.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? refresh your recollection, sir?
Yes, it does.
And what you wrote was, when the futility of the three officers continuing their efforts forcibly to seat Floyd in the squad's backseat became clear, right?
Yes.
They put him on the ground in the prone position, right?
Yes.
So again, just in this context of assessing what someone is saying, a subject, an arrestee is saying, in comparison to their actions, you're also making assessments of their physical characteristics, right? An officer should be observing what physical characteristics a person is displaying. Agreed?
Yes.
So, and you're analyzing that against what a person says, right? Or
Correct.
how they're acting, I should say. So, somebody, if you ask, are you consuming, what did you take? What drugs are you on? And they deny that they're on drugs, but there's physical evidence to suggest to the contrary. It's a consideration an officer has to make, right?
Yes.
And in this case, officers asked Mr. Floyd repeatedly what kind of drugs he was using, right?
Yes.
You've had an opportunity to review the body-worn cameras, and you've seen sort of a white substance forming around Mr. Floyd's mouth.
Yes.
That would be consistent in your experience with someone who's possibly using controlled substances?
Correct.
Is it common in your experience for people who have been using drugs or alcohol to deny that they have used drugs or alcohol?
Yes, in some instances, yes.
Right. It's kind of the proverbial drunk driver, right? I haven't had anything, officer, right?
Yes.
I've had 2 beers, right? People have a tendency to minimize what they have consumed, right?
Yes.
Now, you have testified, as I understand your testimony, that that the officers putting Mr. Floyd into the prone position was initially a reasonable use of force, right?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the swarm technique,
Yes.
where multiple officers are on top of a resisting suspect trying to control the extremities, right?
Yes. Typically that's done prior to handcuffing.
But that's once someone is handcuffed, right? And they're in the ground, a person who's in handcuffs can continue to be a threat. Agreed?
Yes.
They can kick you.
Correct.
They could bite you.
Correct.
They could thrash and get free and start running, right?
In certain instances, yes.
Right. And in certain instances, they can even get your weapon, right?
Yes.
They could get your gun from you, even though they're handcuffed.
Yes.
So the notion that a handcuffed suspect no longer presents a threat to an officer is not correct.
It depends on the circumstances.
Right. A handcuffed suspect can continue to present a risk.
Based on that person's actions, yes.
Right. And so once you're have a suspect in the prone position and they continue to kick, it may require more force than if they were compliant, right?
Yes. That's why we have devices like the hobble.
Right. Now, initially during this instance, you would agree that Mr. Floyd continued to make certain protestations about his inability to breathe, right?
Yes.
And he was saying lots of other things like that he was in pain and that he was hurting, correct?
Correct.
And an officer, a reasonable officer, they need to communicate with each other, right?
Yes.
A reasonable officer is going to rely on information that his fellow officer tells him, right?
Yes.
A reasonable officer, again, is going to take into consideration what the suspect is saying, right?
Yes.
And compare that against the actions, right?
Yes.
And at a point during the exchange, initially, officers are going to kind of talk and figure out what's going to happen next, right?
They should, yes.
What has just happened, right? Why are we involved here? What's going to happen next? And you can sometimes take time to formulate options and decisions, right?
Yes.
In the scene of an arrest, even just in the immediate kind of wingspan, that can be very chaotic, right?
Yes.
People can be talking to each other. People can be talking over each other, right?
Yes.
The suspect may be saying some things, right?
Yes.
Bystanders may be saying some things, right?
Yes.
In the chaos, it's easy to miss some things, right?
In certain instances, yes,
Right.
depending on the severity of what's going on.
I'd like to publish part of the body-worn camera. It's Officer King's body-worn camera, starting at 2021-01.
This is a portion of what's already been received.
Yes.
Any objection?
No objection.
I'd like you to see if you can tell me what Mr. Floyd says in this instance.
I ain't keeping this real on his Mercedes. Please. I ain't keeping this real on his Mercedes. Please.
You hear what he said?
No, I couldn't make it out.
Does it sound like he says, I ate too many drugs? Listen again.
I ain't keeping this real on his Mercedes. Please.
I can't make that out, no.
So in the chaos of a situation, things can be missed, right?
Yes.
You would agree that at one point during the exchange, Mr. Floyd was advised that he was under arrest, right?
Yes.
In fact, that happened a couple of times, right?
Yes.
Now, at the point they have Mr. Floyd on the ground, you would agree and you're aware that officers called for EMS, right?
Yes.
It's reasonable for an officer to call EMS, right?
Yes.
Depend if there is an injury, right? Or some need.
Or a complaint of injury or some discomfort or medical emergency, yes.
And you understand that in this particular instance, very shortly after Mr. Floyd was on the ground, officers called for EMS.
Yes.
They called for
initially for his injury to his head.
To his face or mouth
Yes.
injury, right? And they called it they called EMS in a non-emergent situation, right?
Correct.
And that happened at 8:19 and 49 seconds. Code 2 EMS for a mouth injury, right?
Yes.
And this occurred at the point when officers were discussing whether or not to use the hobble restraint on Mr. Floyd, right?
Yes.
And ultimately, officers did not use the hobble restraint, right?
Correct.
A hobble restraint would generally require officers to consider calling EMS, right? According to Minneapolis Police
Yes.
Department policy.
According to Minneapolis Police Department.
And may be different in other jurisdictions, right?
Correct.
So as officers are discussing and ultimately they decide, you agree, that they decide not to use the hobble device.
Yes, they did not use the hobble device.
And we talked a little bit earlier about the de-escalation component of things,
Yes.
right? A decision to use or to not use a higher form of force that you may have been authorized to use can actually be a de-escalation technique. Agreed?
In certain instances, yes.
Right. So officers making a decision not to increase the level of force can be viewed as a de-escalation technique.
Yes.
Now, again, we've talked a lot about the need for reassessment and kind of things as they come. Reassessment, and officers need to continue to take in information, process it, figure things out, right?
Yes.
They have to, as a part of that process, continue to attempt to de-escalate, right?
Yes.
Would you agree that an officer saying things like relax, take a deep breath, that's a way of trying to calm somebody, right?
Yes, if it's not going with other actions. I mean, you can say relax, calm down, but if you're punching somebody, that's not going to let someone relax and calm down.
Right. But if you have someone restrained and they're complaining, I can't breathe, but they're speaking, they're still moving, they're still talking, you may say, hey man, relax, calm down, take a deep breath, right? We're going to
Yes.
be, right? As a way of reassuring that person, we've gotcha, right?
Yes, that you're listening, or you can understand what they're trying to communicate to you.
And ultimately, again, officers in this reassessment process, in this case, reassessed the need for a quicker EMS response, right?
Yes, after I believe their initial call for the injury, then they asked for a quicker response.
Right. It's stepping it up, I guess, is the quote.
Yes.
Is the quote, right? They increased the priority of the call from a code 2 to a code 3, which in Minneapolis means get here with your lights and sirens, right?
Yes.
As a part of your analysis, again, at any level, did you consider what the average 911 or EMS response time is?
Yes.
Do you have that information?
Not for Minneapolis, no, but I know just on average, typically, usually it's between like 5 to 7 minutes.
Okay. And that's not specific to Minneapolis, right?
Correct.
And it obviously depends upon certain circumstances, right?
Correct.
If there's say a firehouse 3 blocks away, it may be 90 seconds or
Correct.
a minute even, right?
Correct.
And sometimes if all of the ambulances are busy
Right.
and all of the fire trucks are busy, it could be much longer, right?
Yes. Or
But-
they go to the wrong location.
Yeah, or they go to the wrong
Yes.
location, right? That happens sometimes.
Yes, it's happened to me.
So part of the analysis that a reasonable police officer is making is, I got EMS coming, right? How long should I expect them to be here? How long, they're considering that. They're taking that into their analysis.
Yes, they should.
Now, at the point that they stepped up the analysis, or stepped up EMS to code 3, would you agree that that's about the time that people began to congregate?
I would have to look at the video again, but yes, that's probably around the same time.
Right. So if EMS was stepped up at 2021, 8:21 and 35 seconds, it's about 90 seconds after the initial call, and Miss Frazier is seen coming into the area at 2021 and roughly 17 seconds, it's about the same period of time, right?
Is Ms. Frazier the
bystander with the video.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
No, she's the bystander who started recording,
Okay.
right? So she started recording at about this same time, right?
Yes.
And she was concerned about what she saw, agreed?
Yes.
And again, based on your review of all of the body cameras, Miss Frazier, she wasn't saying anything initially, right?
I don't believe she was, no.
She was simply there recording,
Yes.
right? She was not in any way interfering with what the police were doing, right?
Right.
But more people started coming together,
Yes.
right? And there was another gentleman that was there before, actually, as they were attempting to put him into the car, right?
The older gentleman, yes.
The older gentleman. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, do you participate in a training or present a training or have anything to do with a training called Awful But Lawful, or Lawful But Awful, something like that?
Yes.
And so you would agree the general concept is sometimes the use of force, it looks really bad, right?
Yes.
And sometimes it may be caught on video, right? And it
Yes.
looks bad, right?
Yes.
But it's still lawful.
Yes, based on that department's policies or based on that state's law. That was the whole premise. I did a presentation at a conference for that.
Okay. So the police use of force has a tendency at times to attract observers, right?
Yes.
And in the course of your career, I'm assuming at the very beginning of your career, not every single person was walking around with a video camera 24 hours a day, 7 days a week with it in their hand, right?
No, but in Los Angeles, it was right after Rodney King, so you did have people walking around with video cameras. There was actually one gentleman that actually was known for doing it.
Right. And so it's become, in the more recent history, as the smartphone has become as prevalent as it is, a more common experience. It's not just one guy driving around looking for cops arresting
Correct.
people. Any single person could be a potential videographer of a police interaction, right?
Yes, it's become pretty common practice.
And in fact, officers themselves now wear cameras, right?
Yes, most.
And in the city of Minneapolis, every uniformed police officer wears a body-worn camera, or they're supposed to, right?
Yes.
And those cameras are supposed to be running when they have interactions with citizens, peaceful or not peaceful, right?
Yes.
There's a limitation to cameras, though, right?
Yes, there is.
The camera only sees what the camera sees, right?
In certain instances, yes.
Meaning anything outside of its field of view is not observable to the camera.
Correct.
And certainly the certainly cameras they don't have a feeling or a sensation, right?
No.
You can't determine what the tension in their body, right, based on a camera.
Specifically, are you
If
referring
someone is struggling, right, and you've got them handcuffed, they can still be tense, but not really look very tense, right?
I would disagree with that.
Okay. So the camera would be able to pick up whether someone is having a particular sensory experience?
Yes, it can.
Okay.
Council, Cyber. We're going to take our 20-minute break. Please be ready to go at 11:05. Thank you.
you would agree that over the course of time, some of the bystanders who were observing the event became more excited.
More concerned, I would phrase it.
Their voices grew louder.
Yes.
They began name calling, essentially.
Correct.
And as that increased, or as the time went on, the intensity of the crowd increased.
Yes, they became more concerned.
Now, we looked at, I'm going to talk about Exhibit 110, if we could publish 110. So this again being what some people would call the use of force continuum, or what the Minneapolis Police Department calls the Defense and Control Response Training Guide, correct?
Yes.
Essentially, this is a graphic illustration in terms of, based upon the subject's behavior, how much force is authorized, correct?
Correct.
The onus or the focus being on the suspect's behavior initially, correct?
Correct.
And the response to that behavior, right?
Correct.
Now, again, we don't look at a use of force in a vacuum, right?
No, we do not.
We don't look at it, in singular frames, right?
Correct.
We look at the totality of the circumstances, right?
Yes.
And a reasonable officer, would take into consideration what has happened with the suspect a few minutes ago, correct?
Correct.
And try to use that information to inform what could potentially happen in the future. Agreed?
Agreed.
That's what reasonable officers do.
Yes.
So if I'm a police officer and me and my two partners just 2 minutes ago were fighting with someone, right? And our efforts became futile, right? That's going to affect how we perceive might happen in the future with that, what we perceive might happen in the future with that person.
It's something to be concerned about, correct?
Right. Because, in fact, oftentimes people who become compliant after a struggle start to struggle again, right?
In certain instances, yes.
It happens, right?
Yes, it does.
Someone who said, almost to like catch their wind again, right? And start fighting again, right?
In certain instances, yes, but in most cases, officers are trained that you can only go by what the suspect's actions are at the time. You can't say, oh, well, I thought he or she was going to do this, so then I'm going to use this force. Okay. It has to be based on their actions.
An officer's use of force can exceed the suspect's use of force, right?
The
suspect's
actions.
behaviors, right?
Yes.
That's the design, correct?
In certain instances, yes. It has to be proportional.
Right. Meaning this concept of proportionality. If I call you a name, and I'm a police, or if I call you a name and you're a police officer, you can't pull your gun out and shoot me, right?
Correct.
That would be a disproportionate use of force to the threat I
Perceived, yes.
Right. And so the mere fact that force is being applied, it's not second by second. We have to look at it in a longer context, right?
Yes, but you are constantly reassessing during that time frame.
Constantly reassessing. Now, I presume you've gone through firearms training,
Yes.
and I presume that you have had situations where you, in your firearms training, are confronted with multiple threats, right?
Yes.
And your training teaches you to deal with the most active threat, right?
Correct. Or the closest threat.
The closest threat or the biggest threat, right?
Correct.
And so you want to neutralize or contend with that potential threat before you deal with the lesser threats,
Yes.
right? And again, in this, this cycle, the critical decision-making model, that's coming both in terms of what you're dealing with in the suspect, right? That critical decision-making model is occurring.
Yes.
It's dealing with what's around you and what you're observing around you,
Your
right?
environment, yes.
It's dealing with other people that may be there, right?
Yes.
And it's dealing with using that same model to take all of your training and experience and things of that nature too, right?
Correct.
So there's literally hundreds, if not thousands, of decisions being made every nanosecond almost, right?
In certain instances, yes.
And simply because a person is not fighting with you, right? If I'm not fighting with you, that doesn't mean you still can't use some sort of force to control me, right?
It depends on the circumstance.
According to the Minneapolis Police Department, if someone is passively resisting you, that means they're not fighting with you, right?
Correct.
Force can still be used, right?
Yes, in certain instances.
Right.
Depending on, again, the suspect's actions.
Again, including joint manipulation, pressure points, escort holds, or what we would call just a restraint, right?
Yes, and again, a lot of that depends on what the police response should be at that time. If it's where the officers decided that this person needs to go to jail, they're going to take them into custody, then those would come into play. If it's just more of a, hey, can we talk to you, or detaining them, then it may just be verbalization. So it just depends on the circumstances.
And obviously, if we want to protect that person, and we know that EMS is on its way, we can continue to restrain that person for EMS if they have a medical need for EMS, right?
It depends on the circumstance.
And ultimately, it's dependent upon the reasonable officer analysis, right?
Yes. And what's expected from that specific agency, what their expectations are of the officer's performance, as well as best practices as well. Those are taken into consideration.
And ultimately, under the Graham versus Connor analysis, it's the specific facts of the specific case. Agreed? What the officer is seeing at the scene, right?
Yeah, when we're talking about force, correct.
Yep. All right. Now, again, you've had an opportunity to review a lot of the Minneapolis Police Department's training materials,
Yes, sir.
some of which you found useful and some of which you didn't, right?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that your review of those materials were more focused on defensive tactics, use of force training, and policies and things of that nature?
Correct.
And so I'm presuming that the more recent materials would be more illustrative or informative to you, informing your opinions, right?
Yes, based on what was current at the time of the incident.
Right. And you have seen the workforce director, the list of the programs that Officer Chauvin took?
Yes.
And you're familiar that Officer Chauvin, according to those records, took Phase 1 defensive tactics in the year 2020, March of 2020.
Yes, I believe so.
Did you review Phase 1 defensive tactics training materials for March of 2020?
I believe I did, yes.
If we could take this down, Your Honor. I'm just showing the witness. Can you see what's in front of you, sir?
Yes.
You'd agree that this appears to be the training materials for the 2020 in-service Phase 1 that would have been seen by Officer Chauvin?
Yes.
And
That
if
was
we-
one slide, yes.
And if we just look at the presentation, this is a presentation that largely deals with demonstrations, protests, crowd control, right?
Yes.
Large crowds, small crowds, things of that nature, right?
Yes.
This would have been training that Mr. Chauvin had roughly a month or two before this incident, right?
Correct.
Does this appear to be a true and accurate copy of what you would have reviewed?
Yes.
I have previously marked this as Exhibit 1032, and I would move for its admission.
Is this the single slide, council?
The entire program.
All right. Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor. Foundation.
Bates is $29.71 to 21096. It's the 2020 use of force in service. Large crowd management overview.
And your objection continues?
It does, Your Honor. We just have one moment.
Yeah.
No objection.
I'm sorry, no objection?
No objection.
All right. 1032 is received.
I'm showing you what I believe is slide 39 of this, and I'd ask permission to publish. This is the Minneapolis Police Department training materials on dealing with crowds, right?
With large crowds.
Large
yes.
crowds. Crowds, officers are trained, crowds are dynamic creatures and can change rapidly, right?
Yes.
You would agree with that?
In this particular training for large crowds, correct.
But even in small crowds, even if you have 10 people or 12 people, crowds are dynamic creatures, right?
In certain instances, yes.
And they can change very suddenly, right?
Yes.
Just a second, Your Honor. If we could take that. Oh, this is all. And I agree that this deals with larger crowds and larger protests.
Yeah, the training is specifically for mobile field force. I'm an instructor for mobile field force as well, so yeah, I'm familiar with similar training.
Yep. And again, officers, they are experiencing this training, right?
Yes,
And they're taught never underestimate a crowd's potential, right?
correct.
And again, crowds being unique to the particular circumstances of a particular case, right?
Correct.
And so ultimately, when an officer is on scene and he's making a decision to use force and a crowd assembles, whether they're peaceful or not peaceful, an officer, a reasonable officer, has to be aware of what they're doing, right?
Absolutely.
And that can distract an officer.
In certain instances, yes.
And as people start trying to communicate to the officers, that can take their, whether it's, even if it's just peaceful, hey officer, hey Sergeant Steiger, let's talk. That's distracting that officer from what he or she is doing, right?
Yes,
Okay.
it can.
It can. And an officer has to be prepared for the unexpected. A reasonable officer does, right?
Yes, they're always mitigating the risk.
And I understand that part of what an officer has to do is assess the words someone may be saying and comparing it to the tone of how they're saying it, right?
Yes.
That's what a reasonable officer does, right?
Yes.
If I say, hello, Sergeant Steiger, versus, hello, Sergeant Steiger, right? There's two different tones, and my tone can convey meaning.
Yes.
Agreed? And if I start calling you names, that conveys a meaning, right?
Yes.
And saying things like, you're a fucking pussy, you're a bitch, that conveys a particular intent. Agreed?
I wouldn't say an intent, no.
And a reasonable officer could foresee that or see that, perceive that as a threat.
Name calling, I would say it depends on the officer's training and experience.
Okay. But an officer, a reasonable officer, could perceive the words that people are saying and the tone that it is being said in as a threat or a risk to the officer's safety. Agreed?
A risk, possibly, but officers are typically trained that when it comes to verbal threats in and themselves, that you can't just use that only to justify force.
Now, you've had, again, an opportunity to review Minneapolis Police Department's training materials. Oh, if we could take this down, sorry. Can you see what's in front of you, sir?
Yes.
You reviewed, I presume, as a part of your analysis, the Minneapolis Police Department's crisis intervention technique training, right?
Yes.
And I'm not seeking to admit this, but officers are trained to look at potential signs of aggression, right?
Yes.
The Minneapolis Police Department trains its police officers how to potentially perceive an aggressive behavior of a person, right?
Correct.
And that includes raising voices, right?
Yes.
That includes people tensing muscles, right?
Yes.
Exaggerated gestures, pacing, right? That can be a sign of an aggressive behavior. Right?
Yes. Typically, those are when you're dealing with you're one-on-one with a specific subject or engaged in a specific call for service. That's
Right.
typically when the training is given is for that, when it's more of a one-on-one, when you're dealing with a subject one-on-one.
That's the training. But in terms of now you are an officer and you're engaged with the suspect, right? And somebody else is now pacing around and watching you and calling you names and saying you're a fucking pussy. This could be viewed by a reasonable officer as a threat.
As a potential threat, correct.
And in fact, when that happens, if you look at the slide in front of you, when how a person is talking to an officer, if they're mimicking them or rageful, officers are specifically trained to try to predict future behavior based on that, correct?
Yes, to prepare themselves.
Right. And when someone starts threatening you, it's a possibility that an officer can view that as a potential deadly assault is about to happen. That's what they're trained.
Yes, that's what they're trained. It says what is the person's likely behavior.
Now, you testified that, did you listen to every single thing that the crowd or the people were saying?
I attempted to, yes.
Right.
Some of it you can't make out, but yes, for the most part, yes.
And you would agree that if someone were to say, if you touch me like that, I would like to slap the fuck out of you, right? That could be viewed as a threat.
Yes.
Reasonable police officers need to have a higher level of awareness of a situation, don't they?
Yes.
And a reasonable police officer, you would want a reasonable police officer to be more situationally aware of everything that's happening around him or her than an average bystander, right? You'd
Yes.
expect that.
Usually that comes with training, experience, and tenure.
Now, there were some questions about the actual force that was applied in this case, and it's your professional opinion, is it not, that this appears to have Officer Chauvin's knee on the neck of Mr. Floyd, right?
Yes.
And that you concluded that that was a deadly use of force, right?
Yes, based on the Mr. Floyd's actions or lack of action.
So in that context, you believe A, the knee was on the neck and applying pressure to the carotid artery?
Not necessarily in the carotid artery, but it was in the neck area and on the back.
And so, as a police officer, you're trained in prone handcuffing, correct?
Correct.
You're trained in ground defense, correct?
Yes.
And ground defense includes the prone restraint technique, right?
Yes, I mean, there's other terms for it, but yes.
What would you call that? The prone restraint technique.
Well, it depends on in what context you mean.
Right. So the prone control technique, is that a
Yes.
specific term you're familiar with?
Control on a person.
Right. You've heard the phrase
To
control
attempt
the,
to handcuffing.
Let's not talk over each other.
Sorry, sir.
Go to the next question.
Yes, sir.
you've heard the phrase control the head, control the body?
Yes.
That's commonly what police officers are trained, right?
Yes, when it comes to handcuffing, correct.
And in ground defense, right?
Yes.
And in the context of ground defense or in handcuffing or continuing to restrain a police or a suspect, control the head, control the body, right?
Yes, when they are resisting.
And these concepts are widely accepted throughout law enforcement in the United States.
Yes.
And so again, in the training materials you've reviewed, you can see there are photographs, correct?
Correct.
Of officers employing a knee to the head, right?
I didn't see officer employing a knee to the head, no.
Sometimes to the neck.
Near the neck area, correct, yes.
And the specific technique that you're trained is for an officer to put his knee into what would be the trapezius area, in between the shoulder blades at the base of the neck.
Yes,
right?
the base of the neck.
And that is standard protocol, standard police practice, and basically in every single department that you're familiar with.
That I'm familiar with, yes.
And you were trained that way.
Yes.
And there's the immediacy of the handcuffing, correct?
Correct.
And then there's the need to continue to control the suspect, correct? If they're resisting.
Yes.
And then there is simply holding someone or restraining them to decide what your next steps are going to be, right?
Yes, in most cases, however, especially in the last 20 years, officers are trained to, once you handcuff the person, even if they are still resisting, you still want to try to put them in a somewhat of a side recovery position or sit them up.
Even if they're still resisting.
Yes. And hold them down in the side recovery position. Or utilize a hobble.
You would agree that the Minneapolis Police Department are trained that when a person is handcuffed and then rendered unconscious, that officers need to use caution in unhandcuffing them to revive them?
No, I'm not familiar with that. No.
Did you, as a part of your analysis, review any training materials regarding the use of the lateral vascular neck restraint?
Yes.
Just looking in front of you, did you look at this training material?
Yes.
Officers are trained that if CPR is needed, to remove handcuffs first, right?
Correct.
And to use caution because the subject may revive agitated and ready to fight.
Correct.
You've had that training too?
Yes.
You've had that experience where someone is rendered unconscious, is revived, and fights you more?
Not that they passed out and then they came to, yes.
And then they fought you more?
Yes.
Looking at what's already in evidence, the 2019 Use of Force Manual at slide 41. This is what we're talking about in terms of the prone arm control, right?
Yes.
And you see a photograph here. Officer's knee appears to be across into the shoulder blades and between the shoulder blades across the head and neck area of the person, right?
Yes, as he's attempting to handcuff the person, yes.
Your Honor, not an objection, but just a pause. Would you please identify?
That was, I have it listed as 1031, or that's what I had it. You would, I don't remember what you would,
That's the 2019.
Off the record.
2019 use of force.
You say 1041.
Sorry. I'm referring to bait stamp 21464 was the 2019 defensive tactics that you introduced.
Off the record.
Sorry.
We just take a brief pause. Sorry, Your Honor.
Your Honor, this is from Exhibit 126, which is already in evidence. I'd ask for permission to publish.
Amen.
Again, you see here, this officer's knee appears to be over the neck and head of the subject as he's attempting to handcuff him, correct?
Correct.
And so there are circumstances when the knee is put in this position, correct?
Yes, but officers are always cautioned to try to stay away from the neck as much as possible.
All right. We can take that down, Your Honor. Now, you were shown a series of photographs, the comparative photographs, and I just don't have a copy of that right now. I believe it was Exhibit 274, the one you just admitted. I don't have that yet. There was a one photo. Would it be possible to publish that? The photo, if we could publish this exhibit in this upper right-hand corner, right?
Yes.
Mr. Chauvin, the right shoulder is down lower, right, than the left shoulder.
Yes.
And that would be consistent with more of his weight being on his right side, correct?
Yes.
We can take that down. And again, when we look at still photographs, what we miss is sort of the dynamics of what's happening, right?
Yes.
So weight can be shifting from side to side at times,
Correct.
right? And if an officer is, generally speaking, on his toes, the majority of the weight is going to be in the feet, right? That's what you're trained?
Yes, that's how officers are trained.
And so if his left leg, his foot is off to the side, he has no weight, or he has less weight on that side of his body because his foot is off to the side, right?
Yes.
And if his right foot, the toes are tucked under, that would be consistent with having the majority of the weight on the right side, right?
Yes.
And again, in uses of force that you've used yourself, or in uses of force that you have reviewed, right? Oftentimes, these things, uses of force, leave injuries on a suspect, right?
Yes.
And if the weight of a human being was placed in a particular area based on your training and experience at reviewing police uses of force, you would expect there to be injury where the majority of the weight exists, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation
Overruled. You may answer.
Not necessarily, no.
Okay. But obviously, medical doctors may be able to answer that better, right?
Correct.
You would agree that on May 25th of 2020, Minneapolis Police Department authorized the use of neck restraints, right?
Correct.
And that the conscious neck restraint was not considered a lethal use of force.
Correct.
So I would like to show you a series of photographs that were introduced yesterday, starting with Exhibit 1045. So before we go there, you would agree that some of the problems with photographs are that, again, it doesn't capture, a single photograph isn't going to capture the dynamics of what's happening, right?
In some cases, yes.
Weight can shift, right?
Correct.
In a video versus a still photograph, right?
Yes.
And positions can change, right?
Yes.
And those things can happen throughout the course of the time of use of force, right?
Yes.
Now, I'd like to show you and publish Exhibit 1045. I don't know if you've seen these, but these are stills from the body-worn camera. Oh, sorry. I gotta switch. It's a little difficult to see through the glare here, but maybe you can see it better on your screen.
And if you have to stand up to see past
The glare, feel free.
Thank you, sir.
In this area here, it appears that you can see Officer Chauvin's left leg,
Yes.
and that Officer Chauvin's shin appears to be sort of parallel to or over Mr. Floyd's left shoulder blade. Agreed?
It's hard to tell. It could be his neck or shoulder blade.
In this dip right in here, the area between the two shoulder blades, he's handcuffed, right? That causes the shoulders to sort of come back.
I'm sorry, you're referring to his left knee, correct? That's
Right.
what you stated, his left knee?
Right.
Yes, his left knee appears to be, based on the photograph I'm looking at, near the neck area of Mr. Floyd.
In between the shoulder blade here and what would be the shoulder blade behind his hand.
Above it. I wouldn't say it was in between it. It looks like it appears to be more above the shoulder blades than it does on the shoulder blades or below it.
Almost resting on the shoulder blade.
Above, I would
You would say
call
it's
it above, yes.
All right. But it appears to be angled in towards the cruiser, correct?
Yes.
Now, showing you, oops, I'm going to display that again. That being at 20/23/32, right?
Yes.
Again, you can see Mr. Floyd's shoulder blade here a little bit more pronounced.
Yes.
It appears to be above the shoulder blade, correct? Mr. Chauvin's, Mr. Floyd's shoulder blade is a little more pronounced. Mr. Chauvin's shin appears to be, or calf, appears to be above the shoulder blade,
Correct.
angled in towards the squad car, correct?
Slightly, yes.
Showing you 1047. This is now at 2027. Appears to be a different angle now, right?
Yes.
And you can get a much clearer view of the placement of Mr. Chauvin's knee.
Yes.
And again, here you've got the shoulder blade. Mr. Chauvin's knee is sort of at the base of the neck, right?
Correct, I would agree.
And looking finally at Exhibit 1048. You can see Mr. Floyd's head in this picture, correct?
Yes.
And it gives you, again, a depth perception of the placement of Mr. Chauvin's knee relative to the neck of Mr. Floyd.
Somewhat, yes.
Now, if we could take this down, Your Honor. I'd like to show you what has been introduced into evidence as Exhibit 1020, which on the left-hand side of your screen, you see that appears to be the bystander video.
Yes.
On the right-hand side, that's from Mr. King's body-worn camera.
Yes.
You'd agree that at this point, based on everything that we've seen in the same photographs, on the left-hand side, it appears that Mr. Chauvin's knee is on Mr. Floyd's neck.
Yes. More of the base of the neck.
And from Officer King's body-worn camera, it appears that it was more at the base of the neck, in between the shoulder blades, right?
Yes.
And in fact, as you review some of the videos, while Mr. Floyd was in the prone position, there are points in time at which Mr. Floyd picks up his head and moves it. Agreed?
He attempted to early on, yes. He was stating he couldn't breathe, so I assumed he was attempting to try to breathe better.
But he was able to lift up his head at some points, turn it. Correct?
Slightly, yes. He attempted to.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, to clarify a little bit on the, thank you. To clarify a little bit on the known risk that you testified to with respect to positional asphyxia.
Yes.
Okay. Is the risk related to the pressure on the neck or the pressure on the body?
It's the pressure on the body. Any additional pressure on the body complicates breathing more so than if there was no pressure at all.
And so the placement of the knees, even if there can be shifting between the neck, the base of the neck, the point is that both of the defendant's knees were on Mr. Floyd's body during the entirety of the restraint period. Is that right?
Yes.
I want to ask you some questions about what may have been apparent to the defendant when he first got on the scene. You were asked some questions about being dispatched, and you know the term Code 4, correct?
Correct.
And were you aware that prior to the defendant arriving on the scene that Officer Lane had called Code 4?
Yes, I believe so, in reviewing some of the documentation and things of that nature.
And what does that mean?
That means that everything is okay, that we have the suspect in custody.
So at least at the time the defendant arrived, he would have been aware, based on the totality, that Code 4 had been called.
Yes.
I'd like to direct your attention to the moment in time when he would have arrived. You can pull Exhibit 43, which is, for the record, Officer Lane's body-worn camera. And I'd like you to begin displaying at timestamp 20:17:20. I'm sorry, can't hear you. Hold on. Apologize. 47. If, all right. Well, we see it at, you can leave it at 20 or where it was. Yeah, go ahead. All right. So we see in the still frame, and now for the record, the timestamp is 20/17/20. At this point in time, we see Officer Tao, and would have been next to him, the defendant, arrive. Is that right?
Yes, I believe you can see his shoulder and the circle that you have.
And I'd ask to begin publishing to the jury.
Hey, I'm not trying to win. I'm not trying to win. I get on the ground, anything. I can't stand this shit, man. He know it. He know it. Okay, can I talk to you, please?
If you get in this car, we can talk.
I'm claustrophobic.
I'm hearing you, but you're not working with me.
God, I'm claustrophobic, man.
Get in the
Well, have your
car.
butt over here. I'm going to pull you in.
Get in the
Can you
car.
put me in the front, please?
No, you're not getting in the
I'm
front.
claustrophobic, Mr. Officer.
Get in the car.
Okay, man, okay. I'm not a bad guy,
Man,
man.
get in the car.
I'm not a bad guy. Man,
Now, and you can take that down. Sir, in assessing an individual in the totality of the circumstances that would have been apparent at the scene, were you able to detect any indication that Mr. Floyd was under some sort of distress?
Based on his comments and based on his actions, yes, it was a possibility.
And is that something that would have, apparently Officer Chauvin, the defendant, would have seen that? Is that correct?
Yes,
And would a reasonable officer have taken that into account?
yes.
Now, sir, you testified that the force that was used here during the restraint period by the defendant was in fact excessive. Is that right?
Yes.
And you were asked on cross to distinguish between the standard, or to comment on the standard of objectively reasonable force. Is it your opinion then, to a degree of professional certainty, that the force that you've identified as applied by the defendant during the restraint period, was it objectively reasonable or not objectively reasonable?
It was not objectively reasonable.
And is that then the basis for saying it was excessive?
Correct.
You were asked about different techniques for de-escalation and the telling of someone to relax. I'd like you to comment on the context in which Mr. Floyd was told to relax by the defendant.
It appeared in the video that he was told to relax, as he was stating that he was in a medical distress, he couldn't breathe, and that he was in pain.
And so, again, the context, the words of the defendant versus the actions, telling someone to relax when you're sitting on top of them, is that an effective de-escalation technique in your opinion?
Overruled. You can answer if you have an opinion.
Not necessarily.
As to an officer, a reasonable officer, reassessing and reevaluating the situation, they also have to take in information related to a subject's potential medical condition. Is that right?
Yes.
Would you agree with the statement, in your custody, in your care?
Yes. I do agree.
What does that mean?
That means once you take someone into custody, then you're responsible for their care.
And can you, as an officer, simply opt not to believe them?
No.
You have to consider the context, correct?
Correct.
And
We're obligated to in most cases.
I'm sorry, I cut you off. Could you please repeat that?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. You're obligated to. It's part of your duty.
And in the context that you saw here, in which Mr. Floyd was manifesting some distress, did you believe the defendant have an obligation to at least take that into consideration in the totality of circumstances when considering to continue the type of force he was applying?
Absolutely. As the time went on, clearly in the video you could see that Mr. Floyd's his health was deteriorating. His breath was getting lower, his tone of voice was getting lower, his movements were starting to cease. So at that point, as a officer on scene, you have a responsibility to realize that, okay, something is not right, something has changed drastically from what was occurring earlier, so therefore you have a responsibility to take some type of action.
Sir, you were shown some training materials that included photographs of officers in positions in which they would have their legs on the subject's back and the base of the neck. Is that right?
Yes.
And in the photograph you were shown that subject was not yet handcuffed, was he?
No, he was not.
And the purpose of situating oneself on a subject is to gain control in order to handcuff the individual.
Yes.
And what is the officer supposed to do after they handcuff the individual?
Immediately sit the person up or put him in a side recovery position.
You were asked to comment on sort of the notion that some things that law enforcement do, have to do, uses of force, are not attractive to the public. Is that right?
Correct.
And in fact, you were asked about a presentation that you had given relative to that called, was it Awful But Lawful?
Yes.
And to be lawful, the force must be objectively reasonable, correct?
Correct.
And if it isn't lawful, then what's left?
Well, the whole premise of the presentation was that in certain situations, based on a policy or a particular law, even though the situation may be deemed lawful in the community's eyes, in the use of force is awful. So it was stating that, hey, in these situations, you can have a situation where by law it looks horrible to the common eye, but based on the state law, it's lawful.
But if it's not objectively reasonable and it's not lawful, then it's just awful.
Correct.
Right. Nothing further.
Any response?
You were not personally there that day, correct?
The day of this incident? Correct.
Correct. And you would not have known how people were feeling, correct?
Correct.
You would not know how they felt in terms of their perception, correct?
Correct.
You would not know how Mr. Floyd's body felt at that moment, correct?
Only what he was verbalizing.
I'm talking about in terms of the stiffness or tension of his body.
Correct.
And again, in terms of your use of force reviews in the past, you said you're a peer reviewer. How many reviewers look at an incident in the terms of a use of force?
From start to finish? Numerous. So in Los Angeles Police Department, it starts with the sergeant who's doing the investigation. Then from there, it will go to the watch commander, who happens to be typically a lieutenant or another sergeant, and the training coordinator. Then they make recommendations, and then they send it to the captains of the division. And at that point, the captains would then send it to the bureau. And that's where I was at one point as well. Then the bureau makes recommendations, and then it gets sent up to another unit, and they make the final recommendation in that. In regards to more serious ones where I was a peer member, it goes from the investigators to the Use of Force Review Board, which is a 5-member board, 4 command staff and a peer.
And that peer review board, the 5 people, they make recommendations to move up the chain, right?
Yes, so they make recommendations. I'm sorry.
No, I was itching my face.
They
Sorry.
make recommendations to the chief of police. Then the chief of police reviews it, and he makes recommendations to the police commission. And the inspector general's office also reviews all the evidence as well, and they make recommendations. In most cases, they concur with the chief, but some cases they disagree. And then finally, a presentation is made to the police commission, and the police commission at that point makes the final decision.
So there's layers of review, right?
Correct.
And ultimately, in terms of just that 5-member review board, right, the one that you were describing,
Right.
Are those decisions always unanimous
No,
as to whether or not it was a reasonable use of force?
no, it's not.
And sometimes those 5 people, they may disagree with each other, right?
Yes, we have a something what we call a minority report. I've actually written a couple of those myself. But yes, if one person or a number of people on that board will disagree, then that the ones that disagree, the minority, have to do a report, basically telling what their case is or why they disagree.
Right. So even within that process, there is 5 potential police officers who can disagree with each other.
Correct.
All right. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Sergeant.
Thank you, sir.
We appreciate your time. You are excused.
Thank you.
Let's do one more witness, at least start.
Your Honor, the state would call Special Agent James Ryerson to the stand.
Could you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Let's see, please. And if you feel comfortable doing so, take off your mask. Let's start with you giving your full name, spelling each of your names.
James, James, Ryerson, Reyerson.
Mr. Frank.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you tell us what your current occupation is?
I'm currently a senior special agent with the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension.
So just in general, what does a senior special agent do? What does your job entail?
So I'm currently assigned to the newly formed Use of Force investigation group. We conduct criminal investigations into uses of force incidents.
Are you a licensed peace officer?
Yes, sir.
Obviously, you're not wearing what we typically think of as a police uniform. Is that, well, when you work, do you have a uniform?
Generally, no. We're generally plain clothes.
Okay. And you mentioned, well, when did you first become licensed as a peace officer?
I started my law enforcement career in 2007.
And so let's run through your education and work experience for your job as a peace officer. First of all, did you obtain like a 4-year undergraduate degree?
I did.
Can you describe or tell the jury what that is?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Criminology from the University of Tampa
What year did you achieve that?
in 2006.
And after that, did you go to work in the field of law enforcement?
I did.
Where were you first hired to work in law enforcement?
I started my career at the New York City Police Department, the NYPD.
And so did you do some training then to be an NYPD officer?
I did. The NYPD has a 6-month training academy that I successfully completed.
And is that when you then obtained your license to be a peace officer?
Yes, sir.
And that was about what year?
Approximately 2007.
And when you became, well, let me ask you this. How many years did you work for the NYPD?
Approximately 4.5.
And can you describe for the jurors, you know, in what capacity you worked as a peace officer in New York City?
So as a police officer, initially assigned to the 32nd Precinct in Harlem, New York, my initial duties were as an impact officer, interacting with the community, addressing kind of quality of life issues. I was then transferred to Manhattan North Task Force as a task force officer. From there, I was assigned to address quality of life issues as well as violent crime issues, narcotics, and guns.
So all that time spent on the streets, essentially.
Correct.
And at some point, did you leave the New York City Police Department?
I did.
And what was the next job that you took in law enforcement?
I was hired as a special agent with the Drug Enforcement Administration, or the DEA.
What year was that?
It was approximately 2011.
And what were your duties as a DEA agent?
Primarily to address large-scale, long-term investigations into narcotics.
Into what?
Narcotics,
Got it.
drugs.
And you had to do some training for that job, I assume?
Correct, yes, sir.
And how long was the training for that job?
Approximately 4.5 months at Quantico, Virginia.
And what kind of, well, after doing the training, were you assigned to a specific location?
I was, sir, yes.
And where were you assigned?
Initially to an enforcement group in New York City, and then I was transferred down to Nogales, Arizona, where my primary responsibility was investigating cartel activity.
And when you say cartel, we're talking drug cartel.
Correct, sir.
And at some point then did you leave the DEA?
Yes,
And what year was that?
around 2013,
Why?
to move back to Minnesota.
And when you moved, well, when you say back to Minnesota, had you been here before?
Yes, this is where I'm from.
So when you went to the New York City Police Department, that was a change of locations for you.
It was, yes, sir.
So about 2013, you said you came back to Minnesota?
Correct.
And did you find work in a related law enforcement field?
Yes, sir.
Describe that for the jurors, please.
I went to corporate investigations, focused on insurance, white-collar based kind of work.
And during that time period, did you complete some more education?
I did, yes, sir.
And tell the jurors what that was.
I received my master's in business administration from Southern New Hampshire,
What year was that?
approximately 2014.
And at some point, did you leave that corporate investigative work?
Yes, sir.
Where'd you go from there?
I went to the Metro Transit Police Department
That's here in
here
Minnesota?
in Minneapolis.
And how long did you work there?
A very short time.
Okay. Where'd you go from there?
I was hired by the State of Minnesota Fraud Bureau as a special agent.
So is that part of the state government?
Correct.
What agency is that?
Department of Commerce.
When you worked at the Department of Commerce, were you a licensed peace officer?
Yes, sir.
Probably a lot of people don't know that there are licensed peace officers in the Department of Commerce, right?
Yes, sir.
What kinds of investigations did you do at the Department of Commerce?
Primarily white-collar investigations.
And at some point, did you leave the Department of Commerce then?
Yes, sir.
And where did you go after that?
The Bureau of Criminal Apprehension.
And when were you hired by the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension?
2018.
And that's where you are today still?
Correct, sir.
So initially licensed in 2007,
Yes, sir.
did you maintain your license as a peace officer during that entire time period?
No. I did
When?
not. From about middle of 2013 to 2016, I was not.
And that's when you were working.
Into that.
From the middle of 2013, sir, to about 2016, I was not.
And that's when you were doing the corporate work.
Correct.
As a licensed peace officer, you are required to take some ongoing educational credits, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you've done all that throughout your career, with the exception of that 2-year period.
Yes, sir.
When you were hired at the BCA in 2018, what were you hired to do?
I was hired within the Metro Homicide Unit, so we investigated major homicides as well as officer-involved incidents.
When you're hired at the BCA, are you required to go through some training specific to working for the BCA?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe for the jurors the kind of training that you had to do when you started with the BCA?
There's training that's involved with writing search warrants, report writing, as well as some tactics, interview and interrogation as well.
And do you also have to spend some time at the medical examiner's office?
Yes, sir.
Describe that for the jury, if you would.
I recently completed the forensic pathology program at the Ramsey County Medical Examiner's Office, where I was present with the medical examiners conducting autopsies.
And are you currently working on an additional educational goal?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jurors what that is?
I'm currently a third-year doctoral student at St. Mary's University of Minnesota, focused on education and leadership.
Now, you have told us that you work for the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension,
Yes, sir.
commonly referred to as the BCA, correct?
Correct.
Can you describe for the juries, what is the BCA?
So the BCA is a state law enforcement agency. We are under the umbrella of Department of Public Safety, kind of delineated into 4 divisions. The investigative division that I'm a part of, we have information services, a laboratory, as well as a training section. And we provide services to law enforcement agencies as well as to the community.
And so your jurisdiction is generally where?
The state of Minnesota.
And on May 25th of 2020, what were your duties as a special agent?
So I'm currently the case agent and lead investigator for this investigation, so I was notified of the incident fairly quickly.
And you mentioned earlier about currently having a different assignment. Can you
Yes, sir.
explain to the jury how your assignment has changed from May 25th of last year to today?
So back then I was in the Metro Homicide Unit, which investigated both homicides as well as officer-involved incidents. There's a newly formed Force Investigations Unit that I am now a part of that solely focuses on investigations involving use of force.
You mentioned earlier the term case agent.
Correct.
What does that mean?
Case agent is another term for the lead investigator on a particular case.
And obviously you're here today to testify about the incidents that led to the death of George Floyd last year, correct?
Correct.
And you were the case agent for that case?
Yes, sir.
And when you are the case agent, are you responsible for knowing the course of the investigation?
Yes, sir.
Being involved in all aspects of the investigation?
Somewhat, yes, sir.
And that runs from beginning to end?
Yes, sir.
So taking you back to May 25 of 2020, you got called out regarding this incident?
Yes, sir.
Can you just describe for the jurors how you get that initial call and what you do in response?
So my supervisor called me at approximately 9:45, Agent Phil, and informed me there had been an incident that occurred in the confines of Minneapolis involving Minneapolis Police Department. It was determined that myself, Agent Phil, and Agent Scott Mueller would all report to City Hall. So we met at City Hall, Minneapolis City Hall, and then it was determined that Agent Mike Phil would head to 38th and Chicago, the scene, and myself and Agent Scott Mueller would head into room 100 at Minneapolis City Hall.
And so did you understand essentially why you, as BC agents, were being called to this incident?
We knew that some form of critical incident had occurred, but at that point we didn't have a huge amount of information.
And when you use the term critical incident in this context, what did it mean to you at that time?
An incident involving a police officer and potentially a civilian that could have caused harm.
So on May 25th of 2020, was the BCA responding to calls of critical incidents within the city of Minneapolis?
Yes.
And so had you developed, that is the BCA, a process for responding to those calls?
Yes, we have critical incident protocols.
And when you arrived with the other agents at City Hall, that's where the administrative offices of the Minneapolis Police Department are, correct?
Correct.
And so then at some point, the decision is made for Mike Phil to go to the scene at 38th and Chicago.
Yes, sir.
And that you and Agent Mueller then wait around or stay at City Hall, correct?
Correct.
All right. And when you arrived there, did you, I guess, give what we call a briefing about what was known so far?
Yes, sir.
And did you learn who the involved officers were?
We did, yes, sir.
And who were those officers that you learned at that time were involved?
Officer Derek Chauvin, Officer Alexander King, Officer Blaine, and Officer Tao.
And in the course of, well, I guess I should ask it this way. Did you then initiate the critical incident protocols for this incident?
I did, yes.
And as part of that, taking photographs of each officer?
Yes, sir.
And were those officers there at City Hall that evening?
Yes, sir.
I should ask you, I guess, you said you initially got the call about 9:45 p.m.?
Correct.
Do you recall about what time it was that you arrived at City Hall?
Approximately 30 to 40 minutes later.
And yeah, can we put this up just for the witness, please? I'm going to show you Exhibit 279. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
And did you, in fact, take that photograph?
Yes, sir.
When was that photograph? Well, does this appear to be a true and accurate representation of what you saw when you took that photograph that evening?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd offer Exhibit 279.
Any objection? 279 is received.
I'd ask to publish it, Your Honor. And do you recall approximately when this was taken?
Shortly after I arrived at City Hall.
And through subsequent investigation that you've done, did you learn the approximate weight of the defendant around this time period?
Yes, sir.
And what was that weight?
Approximately 140 pounds.
Sorry.
140 pounds.
And as a police officer since, what, approximately 2007, right?
Yes, sir.
You're familiar with what I call the duty belt, the equipment that he's wearing?
Yes, sir.
Can you just describe for the jurors, general, what is present on his duty belt?
Initially, firearm, handcuffs, mace. Usually there's a radio holder and a radio associated with that as well, and multiple magazines.
The magazine is what?
A magazine holds the bullets for the firearm.
And any body armor that he is currently wearing?
Yes, it appears that he has a vest on.
Based on your experience as a peace officer, are you able to estimate the approximate weight of the equipment that the defendant is wearing in this photograph?
Approximately 30 to 40 pounds.
Okay, we can take that down. Thank you. Now, while you're there at City Hall, did you endeavor to collect some other items of evidence or for the investigation?
Yes, sir.
And what other items did you acquire?
Part of our critical incident protocols is acquiring the officers involved's uniform as well as their equipment, including their firearm.
And did you also acquire some videos?
Yes, sir.
And on May 25th of 2020, were you aware that Minneapolis police officers wear body cams?
Yes, sir.
And did you acquire then the body cam videos for the 4 involved officers?
Yes, sir.
And can you just describe for the jurors how that process is done?
The Minneapolis Police Department Crime Lab retains the actual physical body-worn camera, downloads it, and provides it then to the BCA, to me.
And so you acquired those 4 body cam videos?
Yes, sir.
In the course of the investigation, you've acquired some other videos as well.
Yes, sir.
With regard to the body cam videos of the 4 involved officers, you have watched all of those, have you?
Yes, sir.
Those have a time stamp on them, correct?
They do, yes, sir.
And in your review, do they appear to be consistent with each other in their time stamps?
Yes, sir.
While you were at City Hall, did you collect some other data about the incident?
Yes, sir. I collected a CAD report.
And can you describe for the jury what is a CAD report when you say that?
CAD report is a transcription of all the radio traffic associated with a specific incident.
Any other data then that you acquired there?
The milestone video.
And what is that?
Milestone video is a video, city video that is positioned at the street level at various places throughout the city.
And so you learned that there was a milestone video of the location of this incident?
Yes, sir.
And you obtained that?
Yes, sir.
How about any information about the 911 call or that traffic?
Yes, I also retained the audio file from the 911 call.
While you were there, at some point, did you learn about a Facebook video of the incident.
Yes, sir.
How did you learn about that?
Deputy Chief Eric Forrest notified me of a video that had surfaced on Facebook.
And were you able to watch that video at that time?
Yes, sir. I was shown the video shortly thereafter.
Do you recall if you watched the whole thing or parts of it?
I believe it was a portion of the video.
And throughout your investigation of this case, you come to learn that who was the person making that video or filming that?
Darnella Frazier.
So after your duties at City Hall, did you proceed to the scene?
Yes, sir.
And when you arrived at the scene, were there other BCA individuals there?
Yes, sir.
Who all was there still at that point?
I met with Agent Mike Phil and crime scene team lead Mackenzie Anderson.
Do you recall about what time it was that you arrived at the scene?
Approximately 2 to 3 in the morning of the 26th.
And you mentioned the crime scene team. Can you just describe very generally for the jurors what you mean by the crime scene team?
Crime scene team is members of our BCA laboratory who go out and forensically collect evidence in support of criminal investigations.
So they investigate crimes at the scene.
Yeah, they collect and process crimes at the scene.
And who was the, well, let me ask you this way. How many members are there of the crime scene team typically?
Typically 2 to 3 and a special operations agent who is solely assigned to take video and photographs.
And so there is a team leader?
Correct.
And who was that for this case?
Mackenzie Anderson.
When you arrived at the scene, did you learn about some vehicles at the scene that were involved in the incident, supposedly?
Yes, sir.
And what were those vehicles? Can you describe them, please?
A I believe, blue in color Mercedes-Benz and a Minneapolis Police Squad Car 320.
And so when you say the Mercedes-Benz, do you know what style of vehicle that was?
I actually don't. It's an SUV.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was trying to get at, I guess. And so those two vehicles, did you see them at the scene?
Yes.
Do you recall where they were located?
I believe they were on the south side of 38th.
And with regard to the squad car, the Minneapolis Police Squad Car, did you learn anything about contents of that vehicle?
Yes.
What did you learn?
I learned that two $20 bills were in a manila envelope in the trunk area of the vehicle, as well as other items that related to this incident.
So what did you do with regard to that envelope?
I seized those at the scene, that envelope at the scene.
And so you, by seizing it, you took it with you?
Correct.
And did you open up that envelope and see what its contents were?
Initially, yes.
And so you mentioned $20 bills, correct?
Correct.
And, Your Honor, if I could show the witness only, please, Exhibit 198.
Members of the jury, we're going to take our lunch break at this time. Let's try and reconvene at 1:15. And actually, move that down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah. Just a reminder, you're still under oath.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Frank.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think before we took our break, we were talking about looking at Squad 320, and you had seen an envelope in the squad at that when you first saw the vehicle at the scene.
Yes, sir.
And you took that envelope, correct?
Yes, sir. I seized that.
What kind of envelope was it?
Manila envelope.
So paper size.
Paper size, yes, sir.
And at some point, did you examine the contents of that envelope?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall what was in that envelope?
Yes, sir. 2 bills, as well as a pipe, cigarettes, and a card.
And the bills, you mean money, right?
Correct.
And, Your Honor, if I could show the witness only Exhibit 198. Do you recognize what's depicted in 198?
Yes.
And is this actually a photograph that you took?
I believe so, yes.
All right. Your Honor, we would offer Exhibit 198.
Any objection?
No objection. I've seen the photo.
Do you want to look at it?
Oh, yeah, no objection.
198, excuse me, 198 is received.
And I'll publish that for the jury, please. And Agent Ryerson, just describe for us what's depicted in Exhibit 198.
I believe 2 $20 bills, one that is ripped in half.
And these were in that envelope, correct?
Correct.
And did you have these processed later for their legitimacy, I guess the question would be?
Yes, sir. We had them sent to a United States Secret Service.
And you also mentioned, you can take that down, thank you, that there was a pipe in that envelope.
Yes, sir.
Can you just kind of describe what the pipe looked like?
A glass, multicolored pipe, a few inches long.
And what did you end up doing with that pipe?
Initially, I secured it in my office, and then I submitted it to the BCA laboratory for analysis.
And so just when you're doing your job, you want to submit something to the lab to be tested. What's the process you kind of go through?
I take it into the intake portion of our building, the lab intake portion, and I document, or I note the document in documentation where I received it from, and I submit it through intake.
And then was a request made to have people in the lab do some further testing on that pipe?
Yes.
And while you were at the scene, when the 2 vehicles were still there, did you make some arrangements for those 2 vehicles?
Yes, sir.
And can you describe for the jury what you did in that regard?
I called Twin Cities Towing and asked for 2 flatbeds to respond to the scene. When they arrived on scene, each flatbed picked up each individual car, the squad car and the Benz.
And what did you do with them then after that?
When I left the scene, I escorted the 2 flatbeds to the BCA headquarters
And just generally, where is the BCA headquarters?
in St. Paul, Minnesota.
And so did you essentially travel with those 2 flatbeds?
Yes.
And when you get to BCA headquarters, what did you do then?
I ensured that the 2 vehicles were secured in the crime scene garage in the back of the BCA headquarters.
And why did you do that?
Part of chain of custody for the 2 vehicles.
And what were you going to have done with the 2 vehicles?
I was going to have the crime scene team process the 2 vehicles.
And so they placed them in a secure area where only BCA personnel could access them?
Yes, sir.
And did you lock them?
Yes, sir.
And from that point, were you aware whether those vehicles were processed?
At that point,
Correct. I mean, were they subsequently processed?
they were subsequently processed, yes.
Do you recall when that happened?
Yeah, May 27th.
And so this would be essentially the next day from when you had them towed?
Yes, sir.
And were you involved in the processing of the 2 vehicles?
I facilitated it, and I was present for portions of it.
And who does the processing of the vehicles?
The BCA crime scene team.
And so same group that had been out at the scene?
Yes, sir. Mackenzie Anderson was the team lead.
Now, because you're the case agent, well, are there other agents assigned to complete tasks for the investigation?
Yes, sir.
And did you or the other investigators attempt to locate other security videos of the incident?
Yes, sir.
And were you able to obtain some additional, security camera videos from the incident?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors where you got those from, or where the BCA got those from?
One video from Cup Foods, another one from the Dragon Walk restaurant that was immediately across the street.
And, Your Honor, if we could publish Exhibit 1. Recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, sir.
And you'll notice there's a little stylus on there. You should be. Can you just circle for the jurors where those two businesses are that you obtained the security videos from?
Okay. The first one is Cup Foods here. The second one is the Dragon Walk.
And that's where those security cameras were?
Correct.
All right. So basically on the corner of each building?
Correct.
All right. Thank you. And since you obtained different security camera videos from those two businesses and the body-worn camera videos from the officers, did you attempt to determine if the timestamps in all of those various videos are the same?
Yes, sir.
You told us earlier that the body-worn camera videos were all consistent on time.
That's correct.
And did you attempt to determine if the Cup Foods video timestamps matched up with the body cams?
Yes.
And what did you find?
I found that the Cup Foods video was 40 seconds ahead of the body-worn camera video timing.
And did you also do the same with respect to the Dragon Walk video?
Yes, sir.
And what did you find there?
I found that the Dragon Walk video was 24 minutes ahead of the timestamps noted on the body-worn camera footage.
Basically, you do that by comparing events in both videos, the same event.
That's correct, sir.
And did Cup Foods provide their video to agents with the BCA?
Yes.
And did you have to follow a sort of different process with the Dragon Walk?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe for the jurors what you did to obtain the video from Dragon Walk?
The owner of the Dragon Walk initially did not comply with requests, so agents with the BCA wrote search warrant and executed a search warrant to obtain a copy of the video as well as the hard drive where the video was stored.
And so those were obtained directly from the equipment from the Dragon Walk
Correct.
and downloaded for use in the investigation.
That is correct.
And through the investigation, have you had an opportunity to watch all of that video?
Yes, sir.
And portions of it depict some of the incidents that we've been talking about in this trial.
Yes, sir.
And we've already admitted some of that video, but have you also watched a portion of video that we have labeled as Exhibit 52?
Yes, sir.
And does that match up with the Dragon Walk video that you obtained from the equipment itself?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time we would offer Exhibit 52.
52 is received.
And Your Honor, I'd offer to publish 52 at this time. And while this is running, Agent Ryerson, can you tell us again how far off the Dragon Walk timestamp is from those of the body cams?
Approximately 24 minutes.
And it's fast.
Yes, sir. Ahead.
You can take that down then. And have you also seen a portion of the video from the Dragon Walk that we have labeled as Exhibit 54?
Yes, sir.
And does that appear to be an accurate portion of the video you obtained directly from the Dragon Walk equipment?
Yes, it does, sir.
And Your Honor, at this time we'd offer Exhibit 54.
54 is received.
Now I'm going to ask that we publish this to the jury. My recollection is about 9 minutes long, so I'm going to speed through some of it probably, but if we could publish 54. Your Honor, I'm sorry, I got the wrong exhibit here. This has already been admitted. Let me come back to that in a little bit if I could. Your Honor, I believe it should be Exhibit 55. So if we could, and is that, do you recall seeing that and it being a portion of the Dragon Walk video?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm sorry, Your Honor. If we could, I'm sorry, can we offer? I'm sorry, I'll come back to that subject in a little bit. Thank you. Agent Ryerson, then, as part of the investigation in your usual cases, does somebody from your agency usually attend the autopsy?
Yes, sir, generally.
And was that done in this case?
No, sir.
Do you recall why?
I believe it was COVID-19 restrictions as per the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's request.
And as part of your investigations, is it typical to obtain a blood sample from the deceased?
Yes, sir.
And do you know if that was done in this case?
Yes, sir, it was.
Can you describe for the jury how that came about?
Special Agent Brent Peterson acquired it from the Hennepin County Medical Examiner, brought it back to the BCA, and submitted it to the lab.
So just so we're clear, that's a sample of Mr. Floyd's blood, correct?
Correct.
And then that's provided to the lab for any testing they might need it for?
Yes, sir.
Right. And at some points in the investigation, did you receive a copy of the autopsy report from the medical examiner?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall what day it was that you received that?
I believe it was June 4th, 2020.
And did that also include a copy of the toxicology report?
Yes, sir.
And prior to that, did you have much information in the investigation about any suspected drug use?
We had preliminary information, but nothing concrete.
And where did
No.
that preliminary information come from?
I believe some of the information was in the audio files of the radio traffic.
And what did that indicate in terms of drug use?
That Mr. Floyd may have been under some influence of some substance.
And did you know at that point what kind of substance,
No, sir.
what form?
No, sir.
Did you know if any drug use was suspected there at the scene?
No, sir.
I want to forward a little bit to the to December then of 2020. Was a subsequent request made to conduct a further processing of the Mercedes SUV?
Yes, it was.
Do you recall how that came about?
Per the prosecution's request.
And what was requested that be done?
A reprocessing of the Mercedes-Benz with particular focus on a few specific items to include a potential pill.
And what role did you play in then the processing again of the Mercedes SUV?
Facilitation. I notified crime scene team lead Mackenzie Anderson, and I was present for that search.
And so was the vehicle brought back to the BCA garage?
Yes, sir.
So when I say brought back, where had it been held in the interim?
A secure lot.
And by secure, you mean where the public couldn't access it?
Correct.
Now, before it's sent to that secure lot, is something done to make sure that it's not entered?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe that for the jurors, please?
We place crime scene tape over the thresholds of all the doors and sign and date to ensure chain of custody, so we know if someone had entered that vehicle or not.
And when you got that vehicle, the Mercedes SUV, back to the BCA garage, did you check the conditions of the tape on the door frames?
Yes, sir.
And were they intact?
Yes, they were.
And did the crime scene team then process that vehicle again?
Yes, sir.
And who was involved as the team leader in the processing of that vehicle?
Mackenzie Anderson.
And were you present during the processing of that vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And at some point then was a request made to reprocess the squad car 320.
Yes, sir.
And how did that come about?
The defense requested to view the Minneapolis Squad 320, and they identified something in the back seat, a pill, and then we facilitated the transportation of that squad back to BCA headquarters and processed it in the crime scene garage.
So the attorneys for the defendants asked to look at the vehicle itself.
Correct.
And that was done where, do you recall?
In the secure lot.
And then was something that they identified that prompted a further processing of that vehicle?
Correct.
They drew that to your attention?
Yes, sir.
And so then did you make arrangements to have 320 processed again?
Yes, sir.
And how was that done?
Through Mackenzie Anderson.
So brought back to the garage?
Yes, sir.
Now, were the seals in place at that point?
When it got back to the garage, no,
Why not?
because they'd been broken at the secure lot
For what purpose?
for the defense to view.
So they looked at the inside of the squad car.
Correct.
And did the crime scene team then process that vehicle again?
Yes, sir.
And were you present for that processing?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but did Mackenzie Anderson process that as well?
Yes, sir.
To your understanding that she will testify later about the processing of both those vehicles?
Yes, sir.
All right. So, as part of the investigation, did you also obtain medical records for Mr. Floyd?
Yes, sir.
Did you obtain complete medical records from the facilities where he had been seen?
Yes, sir.
And which providers did you obtain medical records from?
HCMC and Park Nicollet.
And HCMC is Hennepin County Medical Center?
Yes, I'm sorry.
And those records were made part of the investigation then?
Yes, sir.
Incidentally, Agent Ryerson, you yourself in working on the case, have you been in Squad 320?
Yes.
Have you had occasion to start it?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what kind of vehicle Squad 320 is?
It's a hybrid.
What does that mean to be a hybrid?
The vehicle operates both on a gas traditional engine and electronic.
And at opportunities where you started it, were there times when the gas engine would not run?
Yes, sir. The first time we attempted to start it in the crime scene garage, in the first processing, we turned the vehicle on and we didn't hear the gas engine start. So we were initially a little confused.
But did you figure out that it in fact was on?
We did, yes.
So it was running on the battery rather than the gas engine.
Yes, sir.
Do you know if Squad 320 has a catalytic converter?
Yes, sir, it does.
And what is the function of a catalytic converter?
To reduce toxic emissions.
Prior to coming to court, did you have an opportunity to review a video that I'll refer to as a composite video?
Yes, sir.
That is a putting together of two separate videos into one.
Yes, sir.
And did you recognize that as a mix of both Officer King's body-worn camera and Darnell Frazier's Facebook video?
Yes, I did, sir.
And while you were watching it, were you able to determine if they were synced up? That means, were they running at the same time?
Yes, they appeared to be synced.
And, Your Honor, we would offer Exhibit 127.
Any objection?
No objection.
127 is received.
And Agent Ryerson, what I'm going to do is talk about some timing with this video. So I'm going to refer you to portions of it. So we're not going to watch the whole thing, but to specific portions of it. I'm going to ask that 127 be published in that way. And if we can first go to 2019-18. Okay, so the record should reflect that right now we're at 2019-17. That's good. And Agent Ryerson, at this moment in Exhibit 127, is this the approximate moment when Mr. Floyd is placed prone on the ground?
Yes, it is, sir.
And when this happens, around this time period, I'm going to let this run for about 10 seconds, okay?
Yes, sir.
Right. You got your restraint. Grab that.
Now, looking at that 10-second portion, were you able to determine approximately where Mr. Chauvin's left knee is?
Yes, sir. It appears as though it's on the back of Mr. Floyd's neck.
And are you able to determine where Mr. Chauvin's right knee is?
It appeared as though it was on Mr. Floyd's back.
Right here at 2019-28, the hand that's sort of in the center of the photograph, that Officer Chauvin's hand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, wearing a glove.
Yes, sir.
In the videos you have reviewed, was he wearing gloves on both hands?
Yes, sir.
Now I'm going to just speed up to 20-20-45. So the record should reflect we've actually stopped at 20-20-44. That's good. And I'm going to let this just run for 10 seconds, okay?
Yes, sir.
My face is kind of bad.
Here, should we get his legs up?
Oh, it's all right.
Oh, just leave him.
Oh,
Just
my
leave him.
God.
Just leave him.
Ah.
All right.
Good.
Now, here at 20-20-55 for the record, we see another video portion within this video, correct?
Yes, sir.
So the right hand, as you're looking at it, the right side of the screen is now Darnell Frazier's video, correct?
Yes, sir.
So this is what you meant earlier when we talked about a composite video.
Correct.
Is there a time during the Darnell Frazier video that it becomes apparent Mr. Floyd stops verbalizing
Yes.
or saying words?
Yes, sir.
And that approximately, well, if we could then go to 20-23-59. All right, so we're at 23:58, and I ask that you play this for about 10 seconds again.
Bro, but you can get him off the ground. You're being a bum right now. You can get him off the ground, bro. You can get him off the ground. You're being a bum right now.
All right, so is this the moment in the encounter between Mr. Floyd and Mr. Chauvin when Mr. Floyd appears to stop making verbal sounds, talking?
Yes, sir.
Now, prior to coming to court, did you have an opportunity to look at defense exhibits 1045, 46, 47, and 48?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to ask that exhibit 1045 be placed on the screen, please. And can you note for the jurors the timestamp in this exhibit?
20:23:32.
And so approximately how long after Mr. Floyd was put on the prone position on the ground did this occur? Would it help to refresh your recollection to refer to a note? Sure.
He was placed on the ground at 20:19:18. Yeah, so 4 minutes.
More than 4 minutes?
More than 4 minutes, yes, sir.
And then going back to Exhibit 127, is there a point in time on Darnella Fraser's Facebook video when it appears that Mr. Floyd no longer makes any movements?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to ask you to go to 20:24:58. (20:24:58). And does this, well, I'll let this run for about 10 seconds too.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, good so far. I need my deals, bro. I think that's cool though, bro. You're a bum, bro. You're a bum for that. You're a bum for that, bro. You get mad.
So is this approximately the time when afterwards Mr. Floyd does not appear to make any movement?
Yes, sir.
For the record, we've stopped at 20:25:08, and in this photograph, the still portion of the Facebook video or the Darnella Fraser video, does it appear that Mr. Chauvin is using his weight to hold Mr. Floyd down?
Yes, it does.
I'm going to ask to show you Exhibit 1046. Can you tell the jurors the timestamp from this exhibit?
20:26:40.
And so how long after the time that Mr. Floyd no longer appears to be moving is this photograph taken?
Approximately 7 minutes.
I'm sorry, from the previous photograph?
Oh, from the previous, I'm sorry. Approximately 3 minutes.
Okay, so we know that the moment where he stopped moving, we had as roughly 20:24:58, correct?
Correct.
And so from that time to the time on this photograph is about how long?
From 20:48.
From 20:24:58 to 20:26, roughly 2 minutes, right?
Yeah, 2 minutes.
So Exhibit 1046 portrays a time after Mr. Floyd had appeared to stop moving.
Correct.
Are you able to tell from the Darnella Fraser video when the paramedics arrived?
Yes, sir.
So I would like to go back to 127 then and advance to 20:27:20. All right, so here the record should reflect we're at 20:27:18. That's close enough, and I ask you to play about 10 seconds of that.
When you 1087, bro, you're a bum, bro. 987, bro, you're a bum. First thing you want to grab is your mace if you're scared, bro. You're a fucking minority, you're fucking bum, bro.
Actually, let's just keep rolling for about 10 more seconds, please.
Like, bro, 3 minutes, bro. You're not fucking serious. Bro, he's not even fucking.
So there we saw one of the paramedics walking up, correct?
Correct.
And so the timestamp here is 20:27:40. Correct?
Correct.
And now I'm going to toggle back, I'm sorry, to Exhibit 1047. Do you see the exhibit there?
Yes, sir.
And the timestamp on Exhibit 1047, you see that?
Yes, sir.
And then also to Exhibit 1048.
Yes, sir.
Do you see the timestamp there?
Yes, sir.
Do those two still photos depict a time after the paramedics arrived?
Yes, sir.
Based on your work on the case and your review of the videos, is there a moment in Exhibit 127? You can take that down. Is there a moment in Exhibit 127 where you think you can see better the placement of Officer Chauvin's right knee?
Yes, sir.
And I would ask to go back to 127 at 20:28:43. All right. 20:28:43. And what I'd like to have you do, Agent Ryerson, while we're frozen here on this moment, if you would take the cursor and illustrate to the jurors where Officer Chauvin's right knee is. All right. And so what I'd like to do then, I'll remove that and have the video played. Okay, you can go ahead. Okay, we'll just stop the video there. Were you able to see there when he had his right knee on Mr. Floyd's back?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, to keep things moving, I think I will deal with that previous video at a separate time and continue. That's all I have. Thank you.
Sure. We'll take a moment. All right.
Good afternoon, Agent Ryerson.
Good afternoon, sir.
Thank you for being here. So you testified that you were the primary case agent in this particular case,
Yes,
correct?
sir.
And it's fair to say that the BCA's investigation into this case was fairly extensive, correct?
Yes, sir.
You would agree that approximately 50 BCA agents were involved in this case in one form or another?
Yes, sir.
Those BCA agents were frequently paired up with agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigation or other law enforcement agencies?
That's correct.
Would you agree that roughly 25, 26 FBI agents participated in your investigation?
Yes, sir.
Would you agree that ultimately, all things told, the BCA executed approximately a dozen search warrants in this case?
Yes, sir.
There was an extensive amount of information that was gathered by the BCA, agreed?
Yes, sir.
A lot of that information is ultimately has no bearing on this case, agreed? Meaning, interviews were conducted, for example, of people who didn't see anything.
That did occur. However, I believe that our investigation was very thorough.
Right. And that's what I'm trying to just gather. It was more than just watching a few minutes of video, piecing a couple of things together, interviewing a couple people, right?
Yes, sir.
In fact, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, that roughly 200 citizen witnesses were interviewed in this
Yes.
case?
Yes, sir.
And so when we break down and we look at those citizen witnesses, the purpose of any investigation is to gather as much information as is possible, right?
Yes, sir.
And to preserve that information for further review to determine at a later point if it does or doesn't become relevant to a criminal investigation, right?
Yes.
So in terms of, say, the citizen witnesses, the BCA agents interviewed many witnesses who did not observe, they weren't present, for example, correct?
Yes, sir.
People who live in the area, agents went and canvassed the area, knocked on doors, talked to people at local businesses, and they said, oh, I wasn't there at that time, I was somewhere else, right?
Correct.
BCA agents worked hard to identify people who may have seen some portion of that, correct? Of this incident, correct?
Yes, sir.
So things that BCA agents did would include trying to read license plate numbers on cars that were passing by, looking up the registered owners of those cars and going and interviewing them, correct?
Yes, sir.
And sometimes people acknowledged being in that area. Sometimes they said, we weren't there,
Yes, sir.
right? There were also witnesses that the BCA agents interviewed that provided just sort of background information, right?
Yes, some, sir.
So, for example, the owner of the vehicle that was being driven by Mr. Floyd was not present that day, but she was interviewed, correct?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Right. And your job as the lead case agent is to sort of quarterback all of this, right?
Yes, sir.
And as other agents receive information, you take it and you maintain a data file, correct?
Correct.
And every time a BCA agent performs some task, the way the BCA works is a new report is generated for that particular task. Agreed?
That is correct.
So rather than having one officer write a long narrative police report, they will write several police reports instead, right?
That's correct.
And to date, over 400 BCA investigative reports have been prepared in this case. Agreed?
Yeah, specifically 440.
So we're at almost 450, and some of those reports are even being generated now as we speak, correct?
Possibly.
Right. And in fact, we just went through this analysis of an exhibit, and you compared it to some other exhibits that were already presented. That's something that literally was probably just done today, right?
Possibly, sir.
Right. I mean, the analysis that you just did here on direct examination, you never wrote a police report about that, right?
No, sir.
And that's because those exhibits were just introduced in court, right?
Yes, sir.
And so, now in addition, this investigation took a lot of different twists and turns. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
In part because of kind of what was going on in the city at the time,
Yes, sir.
right? So, for example, certain pieces of equipment belonging to Officer Chauvin or other involved officers were located in other places, right?
That is correct.
And those investigations kind of were turned into this investigation and became a part of this investigation, globally speaking.
Yes.
And because of the profile of this case, the BCA maintains like a tip database line, right?
That is correct.
And it's fair to say that a number of citizens called in with information or what they perceive to be information.
Yes, sir.
And it's the BCA's job to follow up on every single one of those little pieces of information. Right?
Yes, it is.
And ultimately, in following up on those little pieces of information, oftentimes you can see that, I mean, this is irrelevant to this case, it's something else, or this person may just want to share their opinion, right?
Yes, sir.
And so this investigation has been ongoing essentially since May 25th of 2020.
Yes, sir.
And all things told, part of what the BCA did was to go and get training records from the city of Minneapolis, correct?
That's correct.
Through search warrants.
Yes, sir.
And there were multiple search warrants to obtain that type of information, right?
Yes, sir.
And there were 2 search warrants executed on the Mercedes-Benz driven by Mr. Floyd, correct?
Yes, sir.
There were 2 consent to searches of Squad 320, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now I want to just be very clear about something. When you talk about the second search of the Squad 320,
Yes.
you prior to that the defense request to view, right?
Yes.
Squad 320 had been in the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension secure storage from effectively May 25th, 26th, all the way until January when that was done, right?
Yes, not on site at our headquarters.
Right, at the secure storage location.
Correct.
And the defense would not have had access to that unless you or another representative of the BCA was present, correct?
That is correct.
And it is common, is it not, in your investigations for defense attorneys to ask to view pieces of evidence, right?
Yes, it is.
And it's permissible.
Yes.
And that was done in this particular case, right?
Yes, it was.
And you weren't present at that. That was Agent Phil, I believe, that was present,
Correct.
along with Scott Mueller.
Correct.
And I just want to make sure you're not suggesting that the defense in somehow put pieces of pills into that squad car.
No, sir, I'm not suggesting that.
And in fact, it would have been the agents who were present to cut the seal on the squad car, correct?
Yes.
All right. And the defense isn't necessarily allowed to touch or manipulate or do anything to that squad car.
That is correct.
All right. So part of the overall investigation, again, included getting surveillance videos from area businesses, right?
Correct.
Including the speedway across the street.
Yes, sir.
And some of the video is of higher quality than others, right?
That is correct.
And then also identifying people who were present and obtaining cell phones of those, right?
Correct.
And just lots and lots and lots of stuff that happens.
Yes, sir.
Right. Ultimately, when you first got involved in this case as the lead case agent, you had a very limited piece of information, right?
Yes, sir.
that was information that was gleaned from the dispatch. It was gleaned from, just basic, what's called public safety reporting, correct?
Correct.
An individual had been detained, that individual passed away, and you began the normal critical incident process, agreed?
That is correct.
Which includes securing the scene, right?
Yes.
It includes securing potential evidence, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it includes interviewing witnesses.
That's correct.
All right. And the critical incident policies of the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension were followed in this particular case, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you conducted the first search of the Mercedes-Benz back on May 26th of 2020, you were present when that happened, right?
From some of the time.
Right. But another crime scene team analyst would have taken photographs, looked at things, and preserved that both digitally by way of photographs, plus keeping the actual evidence, right?
Yes, a BCA agent took the photographs.
That's Mackenzie Anderson? Or,
No, that was Special Agent Joseph O'Brien.
right. He was also a part of the crime scene team.
Yes, sir.
And so, again, your job is to investigate the case, right?
Yes, sir.
And so, did you review those photographs
Yes, I
at that
did.
time? Did you specifically take note at that time of the presence of pills in the Mercedes-Benz?
Out of the 750 photos that I reviewed, I did not.
Okay. And so, it's not that you didn't preserve the evidence, you just didn't notice it.
Correct.
And again, based on what you had learned about what happened in this case, you weren't necessarily looking for anything of that nature, right?
Correct.
Because ultimately, whether it was relevant or not relevant was to be determined, right?
Yes, sir.
And you testified that you did watch all of the body camera footage,
Yes, sir.
but initially other agents, because in terms of the body camera footage in this case, you would agree that it's extensive.
Very much so.
In the sense of after this incident, something like 8 or 10 Minneapolis police officers were on scene, right?
Correct.
They were securing the scene from roughly, 9 o'clock in the evening until 3 o'clock in the morning, right?
Correct.
And all of those Minneapolis police officers, pursuant to policy, had body-worn cameras on.
That is correct.
So roughly 5 to 6 hours of body-worn camera footage for all of those.
Approximately.
And and then there's all of the video, the surveillance video. It takes a lot of time to do this, right?
Yes, sir.
And this investigation would be different than a lot of other investigations, wouldn't it? In terms of the officer involved uses of force.
In what way, sir?
Well, this investigation was occurring simultaneously to a court process, was it not?
Yes, sir.
Normally, an investigation is completed, and then it's submitted to some prosecuting organization, and they review it, and they make determinations, right?
Correct.
And that is, of all of the officer, or the majority of the officer-involved incidents that you've been involved with, how it's commonly occurred, right?
Yes, sir.
And so, in this particular case, things were unusual because of that.
That is correct.
Right? And so, information in May or June was not known until November, December, January, etc.
That's correct.
And so there has been sort of a changing dynamic in terms of the investigation.
Correct.
In terms of the videos that you have watched, you did testify that you watched the drag and walk video.
Yes.
We need to sort out some exhibit number stuff on that real quick. But I want to bring your attention back to, I think this is exhibit 122. And I'm going to, if we could publish, Your Honor, I'm going to start for the record at 20:25:59, and I'm going to ask you to watch, 20:25:59. the King one you just showed, 122, is this? 127. Yep. Sorry, I don't have my notebook.
Did you say 122?
127.
127.
And permission to publish.
You in?
I'm going to ask you, sir, to watch when Officer Chauvin stands up. I'm going to ask you to watch Mr. Floyd's left, what would be his left arm, okay?
Yes, sir.
Oh, sorry. So we'll start for the record at 20:26:03.
Don't do drugs, bro. What is that? What do you think that is? You say you call weed? You call what you doing okay? You call what you doing? You call what you doing okay, bro? Bro, you call you think that's okay? Check his boss. Check his boss. Check his boss.
I'm sorry, I'm at the wrong spot. Maybe take this down. I apologize, Your Honor. I had the wrong exhibit pulled up. All right, sorry, it is the right exhibit, exhibit 127, and I have it at 20:28 and 32. So I'm going to ask you again, sir, to just watch the left arm of Mr. Floyd on the left side of the screen.
On the left side, okay. So are you referring to the body-worn camera side or the
Body-worn camera side.
Okay.
Yes, please. Did you observe Mr. Floyd's left arm on the ground underneath Mr. Chauvin's right knee?
I believe I did, yes.
And when Mr. Chauvin stood up, Mr. Floyd's arm sort of came up, right?
Could I see that again, please?
Sure. I'm going to just hit back 10 seconds and start. It's hard because of this bar. Let's try one more time. And
I have kind of a glare as well.
Pardon?
You can stand up.
Can you see that?
So what was the question? Repeat the question, please.
Do you observe Mr. Chauvin's right knee to be compressing Mr. Floyd's left arm?
So clarification, I think from what I see here, it was Mr. Chauvin's shin that was compressed in the arm, and the knee was actually on the back.
That's what you believe you see?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And, but nevertheless, Mr. Floyd's left arm, the tricep area, was in between Mr. Chauvin's either knee or shin, right?
Yes.
Did you review and study the body-worn cameras like very closely yourself?
I've seen all of them. I've reviewed most of them closely, yes.
Okay. And did you attempt to understand and hear what various parties were saying at various times?
Yes.
Did you ever hear Mr. Floyd say, "I ate too many drugs"?
No.
to publish Exhibit 1007, and I'm going to ask you, sir, to listen to Mr. Floyd's voice. Did you hear that?
Yes, I did.
Did it appear that Mr. Floyd said, "I ate too many drugs"?
Yes, it did.
In the videos that we watched, both on direct examination and we've seen throughout the course of this case, there appears to be a liquid forming underneath the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And that liquid stream goes out into the street towards the curb behind the back of the squad car, correct?
That's correct.
And it's fair to say that liquid coming from underneath the vehicle appears to be coming from underneath the vehicle, correct?
That is correct.
And depending upon your perspective, correct, that appears that could have been urine coming from the body of Mr. Floyd.
Yes, sir.
But we can see, based on this, that was actually probably condensation from the running squad car, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's common when a squad car is running air conditioning or whatnot, right? Condensation drips from the bottom of the muffler or exhaust system.
Yes, sir.
And you would agree that that's what that trail of liquid appears to be?
Yes, sir.
I have nothing further subject to the discussion we need to have about an exhibit.
Mr. Frank.
Agent Ryerson, with the hybrid, would the figure out the way to say this right, can the air conditioning run with just the battery and not the gas engine?
Yes, it would.
And you were asked to look at a very short clip of a body-worn camera and ask, I assume for the first time, what Mr. Floyd was saying there.
Yes, sir.
Were you played before that? What questions were asked or things said by the officers before Mr. Floyd says that?
I don't recall right now.
It wasn't part of that video, was it, what occurred beforehand?
No.
Ever had to listen to that piece of audio and try and figure out what Mr. Floyd was saying?
I have not, no.
And so that was an exercise that Mr. Nelson asked you to do for the first time sitting there,
Yes, sir.
without reviewing the conversation beforehand.
Yes, sir.
You were asked about the moment where it appears Mr. Chauvin's right knee is on Mr. Floyd's back just before he gets up.
Yes.
In that, did you notice whether Mr. Floyd's shirt moved?
Yes, it appeared to move
From what?
from Mr. Chauvin's knee.
You were asked to describe this as an unusual case because the investigation kept going on while there was a court process.
Yes.
Is it the typical process then when you investigate a case to hand it over and then be done with it and never work on it again?
No.
When you turn over an investigation, is it common to continue working on that investigation throughout the court process?
Yes.
Have you ever in your career conducting investigations said to a charging authority, sorry, my work's done on the case, I'm not going to work on this any further?
No.
In fact, some of the ongoing investigation that you did was essentially at the request of the defense attorneys.
That is correct.
And I'm referring, just to be clear, I don't want to misrepresent anything, but based on the defense attorneys seeing that pill in the vehicle.
Correct.
I think what Mr. Nelson was asking was, you're not saying in any way that they put that bill there.
No.
That's all I have here.
Anything further?
Are you a car mechanic?
No, sir.
Do you have a hybrid vehicle?
No, sir.
You understand that this squad car has both an engine, like a internal combustion engine that runs on gasoline, and a battery, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so whether the vehicle was running on the battery or the gas engine on May 25th, 2020, you would have no way of knowing, correct?
Correct.
No further questions.
All right. Should we give everyone a 10-minute break so we can discuss this issue, or? All right. Members of the jury, we're going to give you a 10-minute break while we discuss a different legal issue. We could just remain at this point. I'm not sure if this involves you, but you can just did you know that Silas and swap it out for All right, be seated. Is this just for you to privately hash out something, or?
We just have to figure out which, there's a switch in the exhibit numbers compared to the outside variables.
All right. Once you're, if you could work with Mr. Schaefer on that. Also, 1007 is. Separate exhibit, although it is part of another one. We had not shown as received, but both parties agree it was offered and received earlier. Is that right? I'm just asking for a status.
But I don't know if it was offered. Well, I would offer 1007.
Any objection to 1007? 1007 is formally received. All right, you guys, let's circle back at 2:30. All right, be seated, please. Hey, members of the jury, I think we have things sorted out just for your information. We'll take another break later, but it'll probably be like 10 minutes. But for now, Mr. Frank.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. Your Honor, we are recalling Agent Ryerson for actually two matters. One is to readdress the Exhibit 1007 clip that was played, and to put context in the short video that was shown as Exhibit 107. Agent Ryerson, while we were on a break, did you have an opportunity to review Exhibit 127, which is the composite with King's body-worn camera, correct?
Yes.
During that same time period?
Yes.
And prior to the short clip of Lane's body camera that you were shown as Exhibit 1007, is there a discussion about drug use by the officers and attempting to speak to Mr. Floyd?
Yes.
And hearing that section of the audio, did that help you to understand what Mr. Floyd might have been saying that you were asked about by counsel?
Yes.
And, Your Honor, then we would ask to play 127, Exhibit 127, which is queued up to 2020-30 through 2021-01, where that phrase appears that Mr. Ryerson, Agent Ryerson, was asked about.
Please understand. No. Please, man, I can't breathe.
Get up on the sidewalk, please. One side or the other, please.
My face getting up bad.
Here, should we get his legs up?
Oh my God.
Nope, just leave him.
Oh
Just
my
leave
God.
him. Yep, just leave him.
All right.
I'm dead.
The park's still sitting on the car there.
Look at my face, man.
I believe so. We found a pipe.
Get out of the car.
I ain't giving this real out. Please.
Yeah,
Across the street, park's watching.
Please.
Two other people with
Please,
him.
I can't breathe.
So the record should reflect that we've played through 2021-10 with the quote that you were asked about appearing really at 2021-01, correct?
Yes.
Having heard it in context, are you able to tell what Mr. Floyd is saying there?
Yes, I believe Mr. Floyd was saying, I ain't do no drugs.
So it's a little different than what you were asked about when you only saw a portion of the video, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then to clarify what we did earlier, it would appear that I had inverted a couple of the exhibit numbers, correct?
Yes.
We've now straightened that out. Exhibits 53 and 54 are both parts of the Dragon Walk video. You have seen those, and they are, in fact, what was obtained from the Dragon Walk, correct?
Correct.
And also Exhibit 55, is that a portion of the Dragon Walk video as well?
Yes.
And so, Your Honor, just to be clear, what we had initially offered as Exhibit 54 should actually be Exhibit 53. And we will, for clarity, offer Exhibits 53, 54, and 55.
Any objection to any of those? 53, 54, and 55 are received.
I don't intend to publish them at this time, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything that was not received is received. You can go ahead and publish. Which one are you going to publish?
We are not going to publish them.
Not going to. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Frank, your mask. requesting permission to publish a portion of Exhibit 55. Agent Ryerson, you have had an opportunity to review the Dragon Walk surveillance video,
Yes, sir.
and there are portions of the video where Mr. Floyd is present, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it shows various interactions. But after Mr. Floyd leaves, there are interactions between other people walking past. The camera continues to run the same perspective.
Correct.
Your Honor, I would ask for permission to publish Exhibit 55 starting at the timestamp 203848. And Agent Ryerson, I'm going to ask you to watch the area of the vehicles and the passengers in the vehicles.
Yes, sir.
Were you able to see?
Yes, sir.
What does it appear that individual does?
The individual in the red hat you're referring to?
Yes.
Appears as though he throws something.
So he's looking initially through the passenger or through the vehicle, looking in the area of the police officers, correct?
Appeared that way.
It appears that he then reaches into his backpack and retrieves something,
Yes.
and it appears that he then throws it off to his right shoulder, right?
That's correct.
And it appeared to go some distance away.
Yes, sir.
Would that be consistent with someone trying to get rid of something that they don't want the police to find?
Could be, yes.
I have no further questions.
Anything further? All right. Thank you, Agent. You are excused from your subpoena. Thank you.
The state will call Mackenzie Anderson to the stand.
Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth.
I do.
See, please. And if you use this, just to meterize it. And if you would not mind, we'd like to have you remove your mask for testimony. And if you could begin by giving us your full name, spelling each of your names.
Mackenzie Anderson, McKenzie
Mr. Frank.
Thank you, Your Honor. And can you tell us how you're currently employed?
I work for the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension in the Forensic Science Laboratory.
So you are a scientist, a forensic scientist?
I'm a forensic scientist, yes.
Can you describe for the jurors your educational background to be a forensic scientist?
I have a bachelor's degree in forensic science from the University of North Dakota, and I have a master's of forensic science degree from George Washington University.
So when did you achieve your bachelor's of science degree in forensic science?
2007,
And where from?
University of North Dakota.
I've said that already. And so you worked on a master's degree as well.
Yes,
Where did you get that from? George Washington?
George Washington,
And what year was that?
2009.
So what kinds of things do you have to do to get a master's in forensic science?
The coursework included criminal justice coursework, law courses. There was a lot of hands-on application of forensic practices, and my concentration was in forensic molecular biology. So there was a lot of coursework dedicated to DNA testing.
And after you achieved your bachelor's degree in forensic science and working on your master's, did you begin working in the field as well?
Yes.
Where did you initially start working in the field?
I initially started working at a lab called Bodie Technology that was out in Virginia. It was a private forensic laboratory, and I did DNA testing while there.
Prior to that, did you have some experience with the BCA?
Prior to that, I was an intern at the BCA between my first and second year of graduate school.
And what kind of work did you do during your internship?
I did projects with our latent print section and also with the mitochondrial DNA section. They had to do with validating a new instrument that they were using at the time.
So then you went to work at Bode Technology, which
Yes.
is BODE, correct?
Correct.
And what did you do there?
I started out working in their group called Customized Casework. I did a lot of technician work for them. After that, I moved to a role in their databasing unit. So I did convicted offender samples from a variety of states who contracted with that lab.
And so at some point, did you leave that lab, obviously?
Yes.
Where did you go?
I started at the BCA in 2009, in October of 2009.
And what job did you take at the BCA?
I was hired on as a forensic scientist in the biology section.
And what does the biology section do?
The biology section does DNA testing and also body fluid identification, which is the identification of bodily fluids as it's relevant to a case, and including sample collection from a variety of physical items of evidence that come into the lab for DNA testing.
So when did you start doing that?
I was hired in October of 2009.
When you get that job for the BCA, was there some specific training that made you go through because you were hired by the BCA?
Yes.
Can you describe that for the jury?
So the DNA training program takes about a year to complete. It starts with, typically people will start with that body fluid identification portion first. They'll get trained in that, and then they'll move on to DNA testing. So all of that training includes watching other scientists do their work, many practice samples, competency sets that we need to do. We do written tests, oral tests before we are signed off and able to work independently and issue our own reports.
So are you still working in the biology section?
Yes.
And at some point, did you take on additional responsibilities at the BCA?
Yes. In 2014, I joined our crime scene team.
And have you been working on a crime scene team since then?
Yes.
At some point, did you become a crime scene team leader?
Yes, I did, in 2016.
And we'll come back to that in a little bit. Are you a member of any professional organizations or affiliations?
I am. I am a member of the Midwest Association of Forensic Scientists and also the American Academy of Forensic Sciences.
And so we've heard a little bit about the BCA, the different divisions they have. You're in the laboratory division, correct?
Correct.
Can you just describe for the jurors, what all the laboratory does? Not in any great detail necessarily, but just to give an overview of what it does.
The laboratory has a number of different sections that processes different types of evidence. These sections include DNA, drug chemistry, latent prints, firearms, toxicology. So depending on what the item of evidence is, it gets routed to the appropriate section of the lab. Sometimes there are item of evidence items that we work on in multiple sections of the lab. So it just kind of depends on what the request is and what the item of evidence is that we're working on.
And is the crime scene team considered a separate section?
Yes.
Do you know how many crime scene teams there are?
We have two main crime scene teams. We have a team down in St. Paul at our BCA headquarters, and then we have a second team up in our regional lab in Bemidji.
And so when did you started working on a crime scene team in approximately, what did you say, 2014?
Yes.
And you became a team leader in 2016?
Correct.
Is there something you need to do to become a crime scene team leader?
Yes. There In order to join the crime scene team initially, there is a lot of training that we go through at the lab. That includes, lectures and presentations and hands-on practical exercises, oral boards in order to join the team. To become a team leader, there is some additional training that we go through, specifically that covers shooting scene reconstruction and bloodstain pattern analysis, which again comes with its own tests and oral boards before we're able to issue reports in those sections.
So as you are working there now, you're in both sections, the crime scene team and the biology or DNA section?
That's correct.
And so when you're on a crime scene team, how do you generally get called out on a particular case?
So we are on call on a rotational basis, but we're on call for a week at a time. So when we're on call, we're available 24/7 to respond to a potential crime scene. And our requests come in from an agent who will call me and kind of give me a synopsis or a rundown of the case that they have and the request that they have for us to come out. And if it meets our criteria, I will send out word to the rest of the crime scene team that we need to respond.
Any idea, well, let's look at like the last year, how many crime scenes you've been to?
Last year, I responded to about 30 crime scenes.
Like last calendar year?
Yes.
Has that sort of been a typical year?
That was more than normal.
Now, is the lab, the BCA lab, accredited?
Yes, we are.
Can you describe to the jury what that means to be accredited?
Accreditation is a process in which trained auditors and assessors and other scientists who work in the field come into our lab and do an independent assessment on our entire quality system and all of our laboratory sections. They evaluate us on hundreds of criteria to make sure that we are qualified to perform the testing that we do.
And do you know how long the lab has been accredited?
We have been accredited since the 90s, since 1994.
Over time, different accrediting boards?
Yes, that's correct.
And have you gone through the accreditation process?
Yes, I have been employed while we have gone through many accreditation cycles.
So it's a fancy way of saying your work gets checked by other professionals?
Essentially, yes.
Does the lab also perform audits of other labs for their accreditation?
Yes, we do.
And were you called to a scene on May 25th of 2020?
Yes, I was.
And how did you get called out? Do you remember how that call came to you?
I received a phone call from Assistant Special Agent in Charge Mike Phil around 11:30 on the night of May 25th, 2020. And he requested crime scene assistance to a scene in South Minneapolis.
And did you in fact then respond?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors who all was on the crime scene team that night?
Our team, typically it consists of a team leader, a team member, a technician, and then a photographer who is a special agent at the BCA. For this particular scene, I responded with myself and the technician. I opted to not go with the member initially and just let him know that we might need him if more information came to light, but initially I just responded to the scene with myself, the technician, and our photographer.
And so when you get this call, you gather them together and head to that scene, correct?
Yes, the laboratory scientists on the crime scene team, we respond to the headquarters in St. Paul, so then we can grab our crime scene truck and then we all respond to the scene together.
So that crime scene truck has all your equipment and stuff you need.
Yes.
And what we sometimes see on TV at a crime scene, like almost an RV.
Yes, exactly.
And do you recall going to the scene then in Minneapolis because of this?
Yes.
And do you recall what time it was that you arrived on scene?
We arrived on scene, it was about 1:15, so early in the morning on the 26th.
And do you recall how long you were at that scene?
We were there for a little over 2 hours.
And that location in Minneapolis, do you remember the intersection?
Yes, it was at the intersection of Chicago Avenue and East 38th Street.
And when you get there, what's sort of the first step in the process?
When the team arrives, we get a briefing from the agent on scene.
And what kind of information did you learn at that point?
The briefing that we got included that an employee of the Cup Foods restaurant called 911 when they suspected someone was using what they thought could be counterfeit money. Minneapolis police officers arrived to the scene. They attempted to arrest Mr. Floyd. There was perhaps a little bit of a struggle to get him into the back seat of the squad car. Eventually he was moved to the ground. At some point, Mr. Floyd became unresponsive and was then taken by ambulance to HCMC.
So that's the information you were given about why this was a scene.
Yes.
And from there then, did you proceed to process that area?
Yes.
And can you describe, when you first arrive, what you see as that scene in general?
When we first arrived, we saw at that intersection that there was 2 vehicles that were parked on East 38th Street. There was a Mercedes-Benz SUV and a Minneapolis squad car parked behind it on 38th Street by Dragon Walk Restaurant. Other than that, there wasn't a whole lot else that was around at the time. It was raining when we got there, and from my quick walkthrough that we do with the agents, I didn't necessarily see a lot of processing that was potentially going to be needed at that particular scene.
And at some point where you're at the scene, did you become aware that there had been a video taken of the incident?
Yes, after we had been on scene for a little while, I was made aware of a video.
Did you watch a portion of that video?
I did watch just a small portion of it.
And did that help you try and locate areas that might be of interest?
Yes, the primary reason for watching it was because we didn't know exactly where the incident had occurred. The assumption was when we got there was it happened where the squad car was parked, but by watching the video we could see that it was actually around the corner on Chicago Avenue. So the objective of me watching the video was to see where Mr. Floyd could have been on the street, so I could specifically look at that part of the street.
And did you?
Yes.
Did you see anything there?
No, I did not.
Now, as part of the process to take photographs of the scene.
Yes.
And have you, or did you in fact take a number of photographs of this scene?
Yes, the special agent who was with me took a number of photographs on scene.
And would those photographs help you describe to the jury what you saw at the scene that night?
Yes.
And have we shown you previously what have been marked as exhibits 129 through 135?
Yes.
And do those appear to be photographs taken that night of the scene?
Yes.
Your Honor, we would offer 129 through 135.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
129 through 135 inclusive are received.
And then we'll publish 129, please. Can you describe for the jurors what's depicted in this photograph?
In Exhibit 129, this is a photograph of the photographer is standing on Chicago Avenue, facing south. That cross street that you see is East 38th Street. Cup Foods is on the left on the corner of that intersection, and then just beyond that you can see a portion of the Minneapolis squad car.
And there's appears to be what we call crime scene tape, correct?
Yes, the crime scene tape was up prior to the arrival of the crime scene team.
And moving to Exhibit 130, describe this, please.
This is a photograph taken again from Chicago Avenue looking north, and it's another view of Cup Foods.
And Exhibit 131?
131 is a photograph from 38th Street looking east. This is a view of the Mercedes-Benz SUV and also the squad car parked behind it.
And does this photograph also show some of the crime scene tape?
Yes, it does.
And there's a stylus in front of you if you want to just point it out to the jurors on the screen.
There's crime scene tape running along in front of the SUV, and then there is a little bit of crime scene tape further down the block as well.
And did the crime scene tape, appear to be appropriate for securing that scene?
Yes, I thought so.
Did it, in fact, essentially encircle that intersection?
Yes, it did.
So we'll go to Exhibit 132. And describe this for the jurors as well, and if you could also just point out the crime scene tape here.
Sure. This is a photo on East 38th Street again. This view is looking west, and it shows the Mercedes-Benz in the foreground, the Minneapolis squad car parked behind it. There's crime scene tape behind the squad, and then a little bit further down on the other side of the intersection as well.
And when you are well, let's go to Exhibit 133 then as well. Do you see this? Can you describe this for the jurors, please?
Exhibit 133 is a photo taken across the street from where that other photo was that we just saw. This is on the same sidewalk as Cup Foods. That red awning belongs to Cup Foods. And this is again looking west on 38th Street.
When you're at a crime scene, particularly one out of doors like this, do you also try and locate security cameras?
Yes, that is part of what we do.
And in this photograph here, Exhibit 133, do we see some security cameras that you spotted while you were there?
Yes, there are a couple couple security cameras. Do you want me to circle them?
Sure. And so that's just customary to take note of those for investigative purposes.
It is.
I'm going to ask to back up to 132, please. And this is where we're seeing the other side of the street by the Dragon Walk, correct?
Yes.
Is there a security camera in this photograph as well?
Oh, yes, sorry. There is this one on Dragon Walk on the corner.
And then going to Exhibit 134, can you describe this for the jurors as well?
This is a photograph taken from Chicago Avenue, slightly closer to Cup Foods. Cup Foods is that building on the left. And then you can also see Squad 320 in full view on the other side of 38th Street.
So the crime scene tape was almost redundant in some areas, right?
It was a little, yes.
And then are there security cameras visible in this photograph as well?
Yes, you can see the one on Dragon Walk and the one underneath the awning of Cup Foods.
So now if we go to Exhibit 135, is there a better view of that?
Yes, Exhibit 135 is a photo specifically of the security camera underneath the awning of Cup Foods.
And when you take that down, when you're out there, you make note of those security cameras for investigators?
Yes.
When you were at the scene, did you notice any blood at the scene?
No, I searched the street around where the squad car was parked, the street down the sidewalk, and then also the street and the sidewalk where, when we had watched the video, where the approximate location that we thought he could have been, and I did not see any blood.
But you understood that it had rained since the event, correct?
Yes.
And that could have interfered with the scene.
It could have.
And then you noted the two vehicles present. Other than those two vehicles, did you collect any evidence from the scene?
No, there was no evidence collected from the scene.
And what was decided about what to do with the vehicles?
It was decided that both of the vehicles would be towed back to the BCA for further processing.
Why would you process them at the garage rather than out there?
It's a common practice for us to tow vehicles back to the BCA. It's so we can process them in a more controlled environment with better lighting. We're not out there in the dark in the rain, and we can do it in a controlled setting with all of the equipment that we need around.
And so were those vehicles in fact towed from the scene?
They were.
And were you present when that was done?
Yes.
And Agent Ryerson was involved in that process, correct?
He was.
And so then you left the scene after that at approximately 3:30 in the morning.
Yes.
So what was the next step in the process for the crime scene team then?
The next step that we did, I arranged with Agent Ryerson we agreed upon a time to process the actual vehicles. And so we agreed that we would do them on May 27th.
So that would be essentially the next day now, correct?
Yes.
Is that customary to essentially wait a day to process a vehicle?
It is.
Where were the vehicles at that time?
They both were towed to a secure garage that we have at the BCA that we use for processing vehicles.
And did you in fact then process the vehicles on May 27th?
Yes, we did.
Do you remember approximately when you started the work on those vehicles?
We started at about 9 in the morning, I'd say, processing the vehicles.
Who all was involved in processing the vehicles?
To process the vehicles, it was myself, a team member, and an agent who was taking photos for us.
And can you just describe kind of the overall process that you take when you're going to process a vehicle?
So the first step that we do is we will photograph and document the outside of the vehicle in its condition that it was when we towed it from the scene. After that, we'll open up the doors and take photographs of the interior of the vehicle as it is before anybody moves or touches anything. And then after that, we start going through the contents of the vehicle and marking items as necessary for collection.
And when you processed these vehicles, what kind of information did you have about the incident itself? Did you get any further information than when you originally were at the scene?
No, there really was very little additional information that was known at the time, so not much had changed, I guess, from my perspective, from just that day that had passed.
We saw a lot of photographs of the scene. Did you also take a lot of photographs of the vehicles?
Yes.
What's the purpose of taking that many photographs?
Just documentation purposes, so we can photograph, like I said, the condition of everything that it was prior to us doing anything or moving anything, and then as we move objects around and as we find items of evidence, we are documenting and photographing its location, the condition of the items that we're taking, just so everything is thoroughly documented and someone else can then look at the photos and get an idea of what we did.
And when you are processing a vehicle, do you always know for sure what would become an item of evidence in the future?
No, that can be said about any vehicle or any scene really that we process.
When you started the processing of these vehicles, did you know that they were going to be kept by the BCA?
Yes, I do believe I knew that the intention was always to hold on to the vehicles, yes.
So even after you process them, they're going to stay in the custody of the BCA?
Yes.
And have you looked at what we've marked as exhibits 137 through 149?
Yes.
And do you recognize those as photographs taken during the processing of the Mercedes-Benz SUV?
Yes.
And would those photographs help you explain what you did to the jury?
Yes.
Your Honor, to offer exhibits 137 through 149.
Any objection?
No objection.
137 through 149 are received.
So then let's go to 137, please. So is this then the Mercedes SUV that you processed on May 27th?
Yes, this is the SUV we processed, and this is the condition it was the morning that we started the processing.
And where is this location?
This is in the BCA processing garage at our headquarters in St. Paul.
Do you remember at the time you did this processing what information you had about this vehicle itself?
The information that I had that was kind of helping guide my search of the vehicle, again, was just that there was potentially some blood that could be present on either of the vehicles. The other thing that I knew about was money. The potential to have counterfeit money could be found in any of the vehicles. So I had those things in mind. Other than that, there wasn't necessarily anything specific I was looking for, just looking through to see if there's anything of note that I needed to collect forensically or investigatively.
And why did you think there might be some blood to look for?
Just because of the information that I had at the briefing and the scene, that there was a little bit of a struggle to perhaps get Mr. Floyd in the back seat of the squad car. And I had information that he could have been bleeding possibly from like the nose or mouth.
And did you have any information about whether he may have been under the influence of something?
No, I did not have that information at that time.
When you, all right, so let's go to Exhibit 138 then. And describe what's depicted here.
Exhibit 138 is a photo of the driver's seat of the vehicle with the driver's side door open.
And this is how it appeared upon first opening the SUV?
Yes, this is how it appeared when we first opened it and before anything had been moved or collected.
And then let's go to Exhibit 139. I'm sorry. We apparently haven't put those up on the screen. Can we go back to 138? And actually, I guess 137. These were not up on the screen earlier, is that correct? So again, 137 depicts the vehicle in your garage, correct?
Yes.
And then 138, can you put that up, please? And that is the driver's side as it appeared?
Yes.
And then I think we are on 139. And this is the front passenger side, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now in the center of this photograph, you'll see a blue bag or envelope. Do you see that?
Yes.
Are you familiar with what that is?
Yes.
Can you describe that for the jurors, please?
That is called a Faraday bag. That is something that we use to put electronics in, specifically cell phones. So there was a cell phone observed on the front passenger seat of the vehicle, and that was put into that bag by our agents prior to us towing the vehicle. The purpose of that is to prevent anyone from remotely accessing a cell phone or trying to, perhaps delete data or change anything on the phone.
So it essentially just locks people out of that phone.
Yes.
And then 140, please. And again, describe this for the jurors.
This is a photo of the rear passenger side of the SUV.
And Exhibit 141. Can you describe that for the jurors, please?
This is a photo of the trunk area of the SUV with the liftgate open.
And then going to Exhibit 142. Can you describe what's depicted in this photograph?
This is a photo that is of the front passenger seat area of the vehicle, a little closer in. You can see a portion of the floor of the seat and also the center console.
In the center console, there appears to be a small white, looks like a pill, correct?
Yes, next to the gum, there is a small white pill.
When this photograph was taken, did you have any knowledge that the case involved anything with pills?
No, not at all.
And so then you preserve this area by taking photographs of it all, correct?
Correct.
And that becomes part of the investigative file, the photographs?
Yes.
And after the vehicle is fully processed, what's the process that you go through with it?
After everything is photographed, at that point then I start marking items for evidence collection by putting down item tense or an item number, and then those items are re-photographed after I mark them.
And in fact, during this search, did you remove some money from the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Where was that money located?
Money was located there was one bill on the front passenger seat, and the other bills were in the gap between the front passenger seat and the center console.
And can you show the jurors kind of in this photograph 142 where that would be?
It was in this gap, but a little bit further back next to the seat.
I'm sorry, were they easily visible there? Or
no, you can't see it here.
were they kind of stuffed down in between?
They were.
And have you also seen what we've marked as Exhibit 136?
Yes.
And is that a photograph that was taken at the end of, well, after the vehicle had been processed?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd offer 136.
Any objection?
No objection.
So let's publish 136, please. I've gone out of order, Your Honor, I know.
I'm saying it is received.
Okay, thank you. That's how this works. So 136, you see the vehicle here.
Yes.
And there appears to be some red tape on the door areas. Can you explain that to the jury?
Yes. Once we were done processing the vehicle, all of the doors were tape sealed and initialed, like you can see there.
And why is that done?
We do that to preserve the item of evidence and to ensure that no one enters the car, and if someone has, it would be obvious and that the tape seal is broken.
And then where is the SUV taken after that?
The SUV is towed to a secure storage facility.
Now, with regard to this blue SUV, were you asked to search that again later?
I was.
And do you recall when that was that you did that?
I searched the vehicle for a second time on December 9th of 2020.
And do you recall why that was done?
Special Agent Ryerson had relayed to me that there was a request from the Attorney General's office to collect additional items from the SUV.
And so did you then, well, did you have were you given specific information about what to recover from the vehicle?
Yes, I was given specific things to look for.
And what was that?
I was told to collect Suboxone, pills in the center console, gum, if there was any gum present, and money. And then also there was a request to photograph some of the contents of the luggage in the trunk.
And have you seen what we've marked as exhibits 143 through 149?
Yes.
And are those photographs taken during the second processing of the SUV?
Yes.
Your Honor, to offer 143 through 149?
I believe they are already offered.
If not received before, they are received now.
Yeah, they are, I'm sorry. Duplicating efforts. And so showing you exhibit 143 again, please. We're showing you 143. And is this photograph, can we publish this as well, Your Honor? Is this photograph taken during the second processing of the vehicle?
Yes, it was.
And were the seals intact when you began that?
All of the seals were intact on the vehicle.
And so what are we seeing here on this evidence tape? What is the handwriting?
The handwriting is initials CM. That's one of our agents. And then the date that it was tape sealed up initially, so 5/27/2020.
And did you then break those seals and begin a secondary processing of that?
Yes.
And I'd like to move then to Exhibit 144. And can you describe what's depicted in this photograph?
In this photograph, you can see inside the front driver's side of the SUV, and there is an item of evidence that has been marked with that 46 item tent.
And so why do you do that?
Every item that we collect in a case gets its own unique item number, so that way we can track it through the lab and the chain of custody after that point when it's collected.
All right, so let's proceed then to Exhibit 145. And is this now a close-up of item 46?
Yes, this is a close-up of item 46. It was a Suboxone packet that was opened on the driver's side floor.
And are you familiar generally with what Suboxone is?
Generally, a little bit.
What is it?
It is a prescription medication used for adults with an opioid addiction.
And so was this item recovered by you?
Yes.
And then if we could go to Exhibit 146. Can you describe what's in this photograph, please?
In this photograph is an item of evidence that has been marked as item 47, which is on the front driver's seat.
And if we can go to Exhibit 147. Is this then a close-up of item 47?
Yes, this is a close-up of item 47, which was an unopened packet of Suboxone on the driver's seat.
And can we then proceed to Exhibit 148? Describe what's depicted in this photograph.
In Exhibit 148, there is an item of evidence marked as BCA item 48, and that is referring to the 2 pills that you can see there in the center console.
And appears to be the same kind of pill we saw in the previous photograph from the first processing of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so were these the pills that you were specifically asked to retrieve from the vehicle?
Yes, they were.
And did you in fact take those 2 pills?
I did.
And if we could go to 149, how many pills did you find there?
There were 2 pills in the center console.
And did you recover them both as item 48?
Yes, both of them were collected together as item 48.
So why collect them together?
Because they were in close proximity, like you can see there, and they both had the same markings on them as well.
And what did you do with those after you recovered them from the vehicle?
After they're recovered from the vehicle, they're packaged up by myself. They're tape sealed in a package, and they're given a BCA barcode, so then I can transfer it to the appropriate section of the lab for testing.
And so was that done? Were they made available to another section of the lab?
Yes, they were sent to our drug chemistry section.
And I understand you did some other work in processing the vehicle at that time. Nothing of additional evidentiary value removed from the vehicle at that time.
Correct.
And now, going back to the initial processing on May 27th, did you also process Squad 320 on that day?
Yes.
And I would ask you if you have looked at exhibits, well, let's just start with Exhibit 150. And is that a photograph taken from the processing of the squad car?
Yes.
You're going to offer Exhibit 150?
150 is received.
So if we could look at Exhibit 150, can you describe that for the jurors, please?
Exhibit 150 is a photograph of Minneapolis squad car number 320. This is the condition as it was towed from the scene, and also the morning of the 27th when we began processing on it.
And this is in the BCA garage?
It is.
So I'm now going to offer, Your Honor, Exhibits 152 through 169.
Any objection?
No objection to those,
Exhibits 152 through 169 inclusive are received.
So we'll skip over 150 and go to 151 and go to 152, please. Can you describe what's depicted in this photograph for the jurors?
In Exhibit 152, this photograph is of the front driver's side area of the squad car with the door open.
And you had some information about a struggle when they were trying to get Mr. Floyd into the squad car, correct?
Yes.
So why take a photograph of the front driver's side?
When we're processing a vehicle, we document all of it, regardless of the circumstances. We just will photographically document everything about the vehicle before we start processing it.
So if we go to 153 now, please. And this is a photograph of what?
This is a photograph of the driver's side door, like the pocket on the door.
And so when you have this photograph taken, do you have any knowledge that these items have anything to do with the case?
No.
But just to document, you take this photograph.
Exactly.
In Exhibit 154, what is this?
Exhibit 154 is a closer photo of the driver's side floor of the squad.
And again, just to document the scene.
Yes.
And 155, describe this for the jurors, please.
This is a photograph of the contents of the front passenger side pocket on the door.
And 156.
This is a photograph of the front passenger seat of the squad.
And so again, these are just taken to document for future reference if needed.
Yes.
Now I'd like to show you Exhibit 157. And can you describe for the jurors what's depicted in this photograph?
In Exhibit 157, this is a photograph of the rear driver's side of the squad. You can see a little bit of the rear driver's side seat and then the interior of the rear driver's side door.
Prior to this, had you processed other police squad cars?
Yes.
I assume as an adult you've sat in the back seat of regular cars before?
Yes.
The back seat of a squad car here a little bit different than the typical vehicle?
Yes.
How so?
The back seat, you can kind of see the cage, the glass that separates the front of the vehicle from the rear of the vehicle, and all of the plastic that's up on the back side of the seats. The back seat itself is also rubber, and yeah, they're just a little bit different looking, obviously, than a regular vehicle. There's isn't cloth seats or anything like that.
So if we go to Exhibit 158, this is a view into the back seat of the squad car, correct?
Yes.
And that's how it looked as you began processing that vehicle on May 27th.
Yes, it is.
And fair to say that the back seat area is a lot smaller in a squad car than it is in a regular passenger car like this?
Yes.
And showing you Exhibit 159 then. This is a view of the back seat from the other side, the passenger side?
Yes, this is a perspective from the passenger side, the rear passenger side of the squad.
And Exhibit 160 as well.
This is a photo of the back seat taken from the perspective, again, of the rear passenger side of the vehicle.
Now there appears to be a strap item on the back seat. Do you see that?
Yes, there was a black strap on the rear passenger seat.
And there appears to be a shoe on the floor, correct?
Yes, there was a pair of shoes on the floor. In this particular photo, you can see the right shoe. The left shoe is on the other side.
On the floor of the other side?
Yes.
And Exhibit 161. Now this is a closer up photo of the right shoe on the passenger side, correct?
Correct.
And again, just documenting the location of that shoe.
Yes.
Now, if we can go to Exhibit 162, what does this depict?
This is a photograph of the trunk area of the squad. That was a large removable plastic tote that had various items and supplies in it.
And again, didn't have any specific information,
No, we did not.
but you still document this?
Yes.
So I think what we can do is just kind of scroll through exhibits 163 through 166, please. So each of those photographs depicts the stuff that was in the back seat of the squad car, correct?
That's correct.
And that's done again just to document what's there.
Yes.
And were certain items then, I think you can take it down, please, documented by you and recovered?
Yes.
And did that include the pair of shoes
Yes.
and that strap in the vehicle?
Yes.
And as well, did you see any blood stains or what appeared to be blood stains in the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you exhibit 167. Do you see that photograph? Do you
Yes.
see? Okay.
Oh, yes.
And so the strap is labeled as what item?
As item 9.
And the shoe?
The shoe is item 8.
And were both shoes collected?
Yes.
And going to exhibit 168, this is a close-up of that shoe, correct?
Correct.
And was that shoe removed?
Yes, it was.
And did you in fact remove it?
I did, yes.
And did it have any apparent blood on it?
No, blood was not noted on it.
And exhibit 169? And just describe for us, first of all, the shoe is missing, correct?
Correct.
So this photograph was taken after you removed it?
Yes.
And there appears to be a white spot on the floor here on the passenger side, correct?
Yes.
And if you want to just maybe take the stylus and draw around it. And at the time you removed the shoe, did you notice that there?
I did see it, yes.
And did you remove it at the time?
No, I did not.
Why not?
At the time, again, I didn't have any information that I was looking for anything like a pill or resembling a pill. It was in the back seat of a squad car, so I wasn't exactly sure what it was, if it came off of somebody's shoe. So at the time, I didn't give it any forensic significance given the information I had.
And so you left it in that location?
I did.
Obviously documented it with photographs.
Yes, correct.
And when you were searching at that time, really what was sort of the focus of your forensic processing of this vehicle?
The focus of it was processing the blood in the back seat.
And so then there are some other, we see some white stickers in this photograph.
Correct.
Okay, we can come back to those later. After this initial processing, were you asked to do a subsequent processing of the squad car with relation to that apparent pill on the floor?
I was.
And do you know what sort of prompted that second processing of the vehicle?
I was informed on the morning of January 27th, 2021. I was informed by Special Agent Ryerson that the vehicle, the squad, was being towed back to BCA headquarters. They had met, some of our agents had met with defense attorneys on the case who had gone through the squad, and there was an additional request for evidence collection after that.
And that specifically was for this pill or other pill-like items in the vehicle?
Yes.
And so did you in fact then process the squad car a second time with that in mind?
Yes.
And have you seen exhibits 170 through 176?
I have.
And are those taken from the processing of that vehicle?
Yes.
Your Honor, to offer 170 to 176.
No objection.
170 through 176 inclusive are received.
I'm going to show you now Exhibit 170. When you began to process that vehicle, was it still sealed up from the initial processing?
It was not sealed up when it arrived at the garage.
Because others had already been in to look for this.
Correct, that was my understanding.
And so we're seeing in Exhibit 170, this back seat area, the pill appears to be present there as well, correct?
Yes, the pill is in the position it was on May 27th.
All right, and let's go to Exhibit 171. And did you assign this an item number?
Yes, I assigned it BCA item 51.
And did you then recover that item?
I did.
Can you describe describe its condition for the jury?
The pill was round in shape, however, it had a rough textured appearance to it, and there were no visible markings on this particular pill.
Did it appear like it wasn't whole any longer?
Yes, I think that's a fair statement, yes.
And then if we can go to 172, please. So this is a close-up of that item.
Yes, it is.
And so then you collected that, and did you make that available for further testing in the lab?
I did.
And we'll come back to that in a minute too. Exhibit 173, can you describe what's depicted in that photograph?
In this photograph, you can see an item that has been marked as item 52, and that is the rear driver's side of the squad car.
And can you describe for the jurors, well, let's move on to 174, and then describe for the jurors what item 52 is.
This is a closer photograph of item 52. It was a small, irregular shaped piece that could have been a portion of a pill. It had that same kind of rough textured appearance as item 51. There was no visible markings on this particular item either.
And was that collected for testing as well?
It was.
And then going to Exhibit 175, it's a little harder to see, but can you describe for the jurors what appear to be marked as items 53 and 54?
Yes, so in the background of the photo is an item marked as item 53. This was a small piece of what could have been a portion of a pill. Item 54, you'll actually see two item numbers for item 54. Everything else that looked like it could have possibly been a piece of a pill, so the small remnants and the powder that were remaining, I collected together as item 54.
And so let's go to Exhibit 176, please. And is this a close-up then of item 53?
Yes, this is a close-up of item 53, which looked like it could have been a piece of a possible pill. Although it was reddish-brown in color, it was actually stuck to the kind of the seat back portion of the rear passenger seat.
Did it seem consistent with 51 or 52 or 54?
It did seem consistent, except for the color difference. It did still seem consistent with the other pieces.
And was this also retained by you and made available to the lab?
Yes.
And in fact, you had done some testing yourself on these items?
Yes.
Right, you can take it. And you had done some DNA testing on that, correct?
Yes, I did some DNA testing in this case.
Which item did you do DNA testing on?
Initially, I did my DNA testing on 8 different blood stains that were collected from the back seat of the squad. And then in that same round of DNA testing, I did collect samples from 2 of the $20 bills that were recovered from the Mercedes-Benz SUV, and I did DNA testing on those items as well.
And did you do DNA testing on item 51 that we just saw?
Yes, in a subsequent report, I did item 51 as well.
And did you do DNA testing on items 52 to 54?
No, I did not.
Why not?
They were quite small. They were fragile. Item 51 itself was also pretty fragile, so I had to collect the sample very carefully. The other ones were too small and fragile and weren't conducive for DNA testing.
So why would you attempt to do DNA testing on item 51? What were you trying to find out?
In addition to doing DNA testing on item 51, I also tested it for the presence of amylase, which is a component of your saliva. So I did that first, and it was positive. So then I went on and did DNA testing on it.
So without going into a great deal of detail about DNA testing, what's the general premise behind what we all hear about as DNA testing?
So DNA testing, in this particular case, I did nuclear DNA testing. It's the type of DNA where you get half from your mom, half from your dad. You get it in a unique combination that makes you different even than your siblings. This DNA codes for hair color, eye color, to things you can't necessarily see. It's essentially your genetic blueprint. So we do DNA testing on items of evidence from a scene, and then we will compare those to known DNA samples.
And where or in what ways can DNA be left behind for forensic testing to be done?
DNA can be left behind in a variety of ways. So through a bodily fluid, so something like saliva or blood. DNA can be left behind by touching an object or handling an object. It can be found also in the root of your hair, so it can really show up in a number of instances.
And so when you have an item like item 51 that appears to be a pill, you can test to see if there might be the presence of saliva on there.
Yes.
And would that be true even if it appears to be dry?
Yes, it would be possible to leave that behind.
And describe for the jurors how you try to determine if there is or had been saliva on an item like that.
So the pill itself, I swabbed it with 2 swabs, so they essentially look like Q-tips. I swabbed each side of the pill together, and then from those swabs I took a small cutting of it, and then I used that small cutting of the swab and tested it with a chemical called Phaedibus, which is what we use to detect the presence of amylase, which is found in saliva. So if that test is positive, it indicates that there could possibly be saliva on that particular sample.
And with regard to item 51, what did you find?
It was positive.
So there was amylase indicated that there had been the presence of saliva at one time.
Yes, that's correct.
And did you then conduct DNA testing on item 51 to try and determine, on swabbing from item 51 to try and determine the source of that saliva?
Yes, I did.
And did you conduct the DNA testing in accordance with the standard operating procedures you need to do in an accredited lab for DNA testing?
Yes, I did.
And did you have a known DNA profile for George Floyd?
Yes, I had a known DNA sample from Mr. Floyd that I had previously developed in my first round of testing.
So based on the testing of item 51 and that known sample, what did you find?
From item 51, the swab collected from that pill, I obtained a single source male DNA profile that matches George Floyd. This DNA profile would not be expected to occur more than once among unrelated individuals in the world population.
So after you did your testing on item 51, did you make it available for other sections of the lab?
Yes, it was sent to drug chemistry after I was done.
Now, I've deviated a little from the original search of the squad car, the processing. So I want to go back to May 27th when you first processed the squad car, okay?
Okay.
You mentioned finding some apparent blood in the squad car, correct?
Yes.
And where was that located?
The blood was primarily located in the rear passenger side of the vehicle.
And have you seen what we have marked exhibits 177 through 182?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, I would offer those.
177 through 182 are received.
I'm going to show you exhibit 177, please. When you are processing a vehicle and you see something that appears to be blood, is there something you can do to try and determine if it is in fact blood?
Yes, we have a presumptive blood test that we use. So we'll take a small portion of a stain that we think is blood, swab it up, and then use a 3-step chemical process on that swab. If the test is positive, the swab will turn pink. If it's negative, it'll stay, the color will stay unchanged.
And so when you are doing that, when you see things that might be blood stains, do you do that test for each of those blood stains?
Yes, for each of the blood stains, it would get its own presumptive test, yes.
We see in the center of this photograph, exhibit 177, that strap you had mentioned earlier. But then there are also these 3 white tags. Can you describe those for the jurors?
Yes, the 3 white stickers you can see are items 12, 13, and 14. Those are marking locations of potential blood stains. And then also on those stickers is a little notation. It says pH positive, and that means that that blood test that I performed was positive.
And do you recall how many separate stains you collected from that squad car that appeared to be blood, at least in this area of the squad car?
In this particular portion of the squad car, on the seat bottom, there was 4 different blood stains.
And then in other areas of the seat?
And then on the seat back, the rear passenger seat back, were an additional 4 stains.
So if we then go to exhibit 178, can you describe what we're seeing here?
In exhibit 178, you can see a photograph. In the center is an item marked item 10 with that pH positive. So this is marking a blood stain that was positive for the presumptive blood test. And then this is on the rear passenger seat back. And then item number 11, which is a little bit out of the photograph, is more in the door frame of the vehicle. And that was also positive for the presence of blood.
And so in this photograph, exhibit 178, what we're seeing on the left side as you're looking at it is what?
That's the door frame, or the very edge of the rear passenger seat, on the seat back side.
If we can go then to exhibit 179, describe this for the jurors, please.
These are 2 stains that are on the rear passenger seat bottom that have both been marked as items 14 and 15, and that pH positive, indicating that the blood test was positive.
It appears these are in the same areas where we saw that strap, item 9, sitting before.
Yes, the strap is right next to it.
And then if we can go to exhibit 180, describe this, please.
This is an item marked as BCA item 16. This was on the rear passenger seat back, and this again was an area that was positive for the presence of blood.
And exhibit 181.
This is a photograph of the seat back as well, and you can see 2 items of 2 stickers. Item 10 is an area that was positive for the presence of blood, and item 18 is also marking what I believed was possibly a blood stain. I didn't do the presumptive blood test while processing the squad at this particular time due to how small the stain was.
And then finally, exhibit 182. Now the strap has been removed and we see some other items here, correct?
Correct. This was after the strap was removed, and this denotes the 4 locations on the rear passenger seat bottom where blood was indicated, and I collected samples from each of those 4 areas.
So as we've seen then, there were, by my calculations, 7 different blood-like stains, 6 of which presumptively tested positive as blood, correct?
There were 7 that presumptively tested positive for blood and 1 additional, so for a total of 8.
8. And did you then, well, just describe for the jury where those generally were located in the squad car?
They were all on the rear passenger side of the vehicle.
And did you conduct further, well, let me ask you this. Did you take samples of those back to the BCA with you?
Yes, I collected a sample from each of those locations. They all were packaged up individually, and then they were sent for DNA testing.
And was DNA testing done on that?
Yes, they were.
Who did
on
that?
all of them. I did the DNA testing on those samples.
And when you tested each of those, did you follow the standard procedures necessary for your lab and DNA testing?
Yes, I did.
And what was the result of that testing?
From all 8 of those locations, I obtained a single source male DNA profile that matches George Floyd. And again, this DNA profile would not be expected to occur more than once among unrelated individuals in the world population.
So that was George Floyd's blood?
Yes, essentially.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Any cross? Well, we'll take our 10-minute break if you have cross. All right, 10 minutes, please. right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Proceed. And if you feel comfortable removing your mask, we'd prefer you do so to be able to be heard clearly. And begin by giving us your full name, spelling each of your names.
Brianna Giles, BREAHNAGILES.
Mr. Frank.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Giles, how are you currently employed?
I'm a forensic scientist in the drug chemistry section of the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, also known as the BCA.
And can you describe for the jurors your educational background to be a forensic scientist?
I earned my Bachelor's of Science in Biochemistry from the University of Wisconsin-Madison and my Master's of Science in Biomedical Forensic Sciences from Boston University. I've also undergone various training in both of my employment.
So when did you obtain your bachelor's degree in biochemistry?
2009.
And your master's?
2011.
And where have you worked since obtaining your Bachelor of Science degree in this field?
I worked for 4 years in Dallas County, Texas, at the Southwestern Institute of Forensic Sciences as a drug chemist in the forensic science.
And how long did you do that?
4 years.
And when did you leave that job?
2017.
And where did you go to work from there?
At the BCA.
And have you been at the BCA ever since?
Yes.
And do you have any professional affiliations, any groups that you belong to?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors what those are?
I am a member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, a member of the Midwestern Academy of Forensic Sciences, and a member of the Clandestine Laboratory Investigating Chemists Association.
And can you tell the jurors, in maintaining your competence in this field, what kind of trainings you go to?
I attend various conferences, webinars, keep up on current articles, and try and stay up to date with all of the changing discipline in our field.
So what kinds of things do you do as a chemist at the BCA?
I analyze unknown substances for the presence or absence of controlled substances and generate reports on those findings, maintain the chain of custody, and testify in court as needed.
And were you asked to perform some testing on items in the case that brings us to court today?
Yes.
And do you recall what the first item was that you tested?
Yes.
And what was that item?
It was an apparent glass pipe.
And given your history, your work history and your training and experience, did you inspect that visually? And if so, what did you think of it?
Yes, I inspected it visually and performed analysis according to our policies and procedures.
And what kind of testing did you do on that pipe?
I performed a presumptive test and a confirmation test.
What's the presumptive test?
In this case, the presumptive test was a color test.
What does that tell you?
It gives me an indication of what the substance could be.
So how do you, test the pipe? What do you do to get something to test?
For a pipe or an apparent type of smoking device, I will scrape out a portion of residue that is on the device and use that for testing.
And so with this particular pipe, did you find any like green leafy material or anything of that nature?
There was only visible charred residue.
And in your job as a chemist for the BCA, how often do you see this where you have a pipe with some residue in it?
Very often.
And so did you perform some testing on that residue?
Yes.
And did you follow all the procedures necessary for a chemist at the BCA in doing that testing?
Yes.
And what were the results of that testing?
That the material contained tetrahydrocannabinol, or THC, and that no marijuana was identified.
So what does that mean? What is THC?
It is the main psychoactive ingredient found in marijuana.
And by finding no marijuana, what do you mean by that?
There was no visible plant material that was able to be identified as marijuana.
And so this would indicate that it had been used at some point in the past, is all, right? It's a really poorly worded question, isn't it? The finding of this residue, does that really tell you anything about the pipe itself?
Just that the pipe contained the material that was found.
And were you asked to conduct some additional testing on some other items, or some testing on some additional items, I should say?
Yes.
And did that include item 48?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jurors what item 48 is?
A white round tablet with apparent pharmaceutical markings.
Now, were there actually 2 pills in item 48?
Yes.
And did you test them at separate times?
Yes.
Okay. When you initially tested them, can you describe for the jurors, the condition of item 48, or at least one of the pills? Well, let me ask you this way. Did the 2 pills look consistent with one another?
Yes.
And so can you describe for the jurors the appearance of the pill when you saw it?
Both pills appeared the same, both white and round with markings, RP on one side and 10/325 on the other side.
And you mentioned earlier pharmaceutical markings. What did you mean by that?
The markings RP 10325, they had a mark or a logo on both sides of the tablet.
Now, in your job, do you have to become familiar with how manufacturers mark their pills?
Somewhat, yes.
Okay. And when you saw these markings, did you recognize them as anything?
I did not.
Okay. So they're just markings on those pills?
Yes.
And so it's not like you recognize these as markings for aspirin or something of that nature?
Correct.
And so initially you only tested one of the pills. Why was that?
Per our policy at the BCA, typically when we receive multiple tablets in a submission, we only will analyze one of that population if they're all similar, unless it is requested that additional tablets are analyzed.
And did that in fact happen here?
Yes.
Who requested that do you remember who requested that you test both pills?
Agent Ryerson.
Okay. And describe for the jurors how you go about testing these pills.
With tablets that will have markings, the first thing I will do will be take a weight of the tablet. The second would be to look up the markings using a database to determine if they're pharmaceutically made type of tablets, which would give me an indication of what the tablet could contain. And that would be followed by a confirmatory test to show what's in the tablet.
So these markings you did not recognize as any manufacturer's marking?
Not upon my visual observation.
Okay. And then, so how do you take a sample of these pills for testing?
I use a razor blade and scrape off a portion of the pill.
And what kind of testing do you do on these pills, or did you do on these pills?
So the first type of testing is looking up the markings, and upon looking up the markings in the database, the markings did indicate the material contained oxycodone and acetaminophen. I followed that up by scraping off a portion of the tablets and putting it into a liquid, and that liquid is then injected onto a gas chromatograph mass spectrometer, or GCMS.
Now, you indicated that the markings on the pills indicated, I'm going to butcher it if I try it, but that they contained what?
Oxycodone and acetaminophen.
Now, in your experience and your training in this field, do you know whether sometimes homemade pills are given those same markings to make them look legitimate?
Yes.
That can happen?
Yes.
And so in this case, you got that initial indication from the markings, but you proceeded to follow through with the testing, correct?
Yes.
And you tested both of those pills, correct?
Yes.
And did you follow all the standard procedures you need to do when performing that kind of testing for your laboratory?
Yes.
And what were the results of the testing?
The tablets contained methamphetamine and fentanyl.
And are you able at the BCA lab to quantify how much methamphetamine or fentanyl are in those pills?
For methamphetamine, yes. For fentanyl, no.
And so were you asked to do some additional testing with other items in this case?
Yes.
And were those items 51, 52, and 53?
Yes.
All right, so let's look at item 51 first. That item, can you describe for the jurors the condition of that item when you saw it?
It appeared to be a partial white and pink tablet with no observable markings.
And did you then test that item as well?
Yes.
And again, cut a portion of it off for the testing?
Yes.
And did you follow the necessary procedures to conduct the testing on that item as well?
Yes.
And what were the results of that testing?
Methamphetamine.
And were you able to detect any other controlled substances in that pill through that testing?
Not conclusively.
And what do you mean by that?
Per our policies and our procedures, there are certain requirements that we have to conclusively identify a substance. Methamphetamine was the only substance that was identified.
So were there other substances that were not detected in a sufficient amount to have you identify them as present?
Yes.
And do you know what substance that would have been that you found that way?
Per our testing, I can't confirm or state any identity of those substances.
Okay. And that's because you have to have you have to identify a certain amount before you can say it's present.
Yes.
We might call that a threshold, right?
We don't use that word in this type of testing.
It's just not enough there to say it's there.
It doesn't meet all of the requirements that we have to give an identification.
I should have asked you just to explain rather than me try to do it. But, all right, so did you also then do testing on item 52?
Yes.
And did you incidentally weigh item 52?
Yes.
Do you remember the approximate weight?
0.019 plus or minus 0.005 grams.
So can you give us some scale there? Is that in terms of a pill? Is that a small weight, a large weight?
It was a partial amount of what would be a tablet. If you think of a normal type of Tylenol type tablet, you're going to get a weight approximately about 0.5 grams. This was 0.019.
And did you also conduct testing on item 52 using the appropriate procedures for your laboratory?
Yes.
And what was the result of that testing?
Methamphetamine.
Were you able to identify any other substances in that pill?
No.
And item 53, did you also conduct some testing on item 53?
Yes.
And can you describe the condition of item 53 when you looked at it?
Similar in appearance to item 51 and 52, only a much smaller amount.
Do you recall the weight of item 53?
It was less than 0.01 grams.
So even less than 52.
Yes.
And did you conduct testing on that item as well using the standard procedures in your laboratory?
Yes.
And what was the result of that testing?
Methamphetamine.
Were you able to call the presence of any other substances in item 53?
No.
And did you also, or did you conduct some testing on item 54?
I did not.
Why not?
It was not submitted to me for analysis.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Mr. Nelson?
Good afternoon. Just a couple of very brief questions, ma'am. The first test you did was the testing of the marijuana, correct? The pipe where you recovered THC, correct?
Yes.
All right. But then the second test you did in report number 9, you tested the pills that appeared to have the pharmaceutical markings, correct?
Yes.
You looked up those pharmaceutical markings. They were consistent with oxycodone, correct, and Tylenol?
And acetaminophen, yes.
And acetaminophen, okay. And the weight of those pills was 0.397 plus or minus 0.005 grams, correct?
That was the weight of one of those pills.
One of those pills. And those pills were, did not appear to be, you could see the pharmaceutical markings on them, right?
Yes.
Now, the items that you tested, 51, 52, and 53, 51 appeared to be a more consistent pill, correct? Like looked like a pill.
Yes, it looked like a partial pill.
And that weight was 0.269 plus or minus 0.005 grams, correct?
Yes.
And 52 was more of a part of what appeared to be a pill, right?
Yes.
And that was 0.019 grams, correct?
Yes.
Plus or minus the 0.005.
Yes.
And so the difference between item number 52 and item number 48 would be 0.39 grams, give or take, right?
Can you repeat what items those were?
Sure. Item 52 was 0.019, and item 48 was 0.397.
Yes.
Okay. And then you did, just to be clear, item 48 came from the center console of the Mercedes-Benz, or were identified as coming from the center console of the Mercedes-Benz, correct?
To my knowledge, yes.
And that's what was reported to you?
Yes.
And the other items, 51, 52, 53, and 54, they came from the back seat, or they were identified as coming from the back seat of Squad 320, correct?
I can't speak to 54,
But
but 51, 52, and 53, yes.
They were identified coming from the back seat of Squad 320.
Yes.
And in terms of is it fair to say that there was some evidence that didn't meet your laboratory scientific threshold or scientific standards that a different controlled substance was potentially present?
There were indications of other substances. I can't speak to whether they are controlled or not controlled substances.
Okay, and those were brought to the attention of everybody involved, right?
For business purposes, it is in my notes.
Okay, and that was fentanyl.
I can't confirm.
Because it simply didn't meet that laboratory requirement.
Yes.
In terms of quantity, right?
The testing I did not have any type of quantitative measurement.
But in terms of whatever other markings you may be looking for, right? Whatever guidelines. You can't say it was or wasn't fentanyl.
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Anything further? All right, thank you. You may sit down. Next witness? Last one. you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
I did.
Proceed. And if you wouldn't mind removing your mask for testimony, that would be excellent. And let's begin by having you state your full name, spelling each of your names.
Susan Lynn Neith, Neith.
Susan, common spelling?
Susan.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Neith.
Hello.
Where do you work, ma'am?
I work at NMS Labs in Pennsylvania.
And what's your job title?
I'm a forensic chemist.
How long have you worked at NMS Labs?
I've worked for approximately 27 years, 15 of which in the capacity of a forensic chemist.
What did you do there other than being a forensic chemist?
I did GLP testing as a study manager. And I also did quantitative analysis in biological samples.
You mentioned GOP testing. What is that?
That stands for Good Laboratory Practices. We conducted studies on animal assays, clinical trials, and we would test the samples from the animals and create reports regarding the findings of those studies.
Prior to joining NMS Labs, did you have any other lab or pharmaceutical experience?
I did work in the pharmaceutical industry for about 7 years.
Could you describe your educational background for the jury?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in medical technology from Hahnemann University in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
And do you have any specialized training or certifications to do the work you do as a forensic chemist?
I'm certified by the American Board of Criminalistics in drug analysis, and I also have a license from the Texas Forensic Science Commission in drug analysis as well.
And are you up to date on all of the requirements for licensure and certification?
Yes.
Getting back to NMS Labs, is NMS a licensed and accredited laboratory?
Yes.
And in terms of your job as a forensic chemist, can you maybe describe your job duties on a day-to-day basis for the jurors?
As I analyze substances for the presence of controlled substance or other pharmaceutical drugs. I perform quantitative analysis as well for controlled substances and pharmaceutical drugs. I prepare reports that summarize the findings of my analysis, and I also do peer review of other analysts' data. I do instrument maintenance, calibration, troubleshooting, and I also represent NMS at forensic meetings, doing presentations as well.
And approximately how many tests have you performed as a forensic chemist at NMS Labs over the course of your career?
Approximately 6,000 tests, approximately 4,000 of which were quantitative analysis.
And you talked about quantitative analysis. Could you just describe what that is and what that process looks like?
It's a process to determine how much drug is in a substance, what the concentration is.
And do you follow certain steps in order to perform a quantitative analysis?
Yes, we have standard operating procedures.
And just sort of as a general overview, what steps do you go through when you get a substance for quantitative analysis?
So the evidence will come in, we will open it and describe it and take an analytical weight of the material. And then when we perform the analysis, we will generate a calibration curve from a certified reference standard. So that means I will make 4 different levels of that drug and create a calibration curve from that. Also, we will prepare, or I will prepare a control sample as well to run along to show that our line is good. And the sample itself will be prepared in triplicate. We run it 3 separate times and we report the mean concentration of those 3 replicates. We also do another replicate where we add a known amount of the drug of interest to show that we are recovering the drug from the matrix that it's in.
So you described doing an initial weight of the substance you receive, is that right?
Yes.
And then subsequently going through this process for testing. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
And are there particular tests you do for identification and then additional testing you might do for confirmation?
Yes, depending on the analysis requested, we will do an identification as well to assure that the drug that we want to quantitate is actually in the sample first. And then we do a screening method by gas chromatography mass spectrometry to identify the compounds that are in the substance. And then from there, we can do a targeted analysis for quantitative analysis. So that analysis is specific for one individual drug.
And then you also described that there's a peer review process as well, that standard operating procedure for NMS labs, is that right?
Yes.
So I'm going to talk about or ask you some questions about some testing that you did related to this case. Did you receive 3 pills from the BCA to perform testing on?
Yes.
And did those consist of 2 pills identified as BCA item 48, as well as 1 pill identified as, or a partial pill identified as BCA item 51?
That's correct.
And did you do a quantitative analysis for each of those pills to determine both the amounts of fentanyl and methamphetamine in each of those 3 substances?
I did.
Let's talk first about item 41, which was the 2 pills together. What was your understanding of where those pills had come from?
Did you mean 48?
I'm sorry, 48.
Okay.
48.
It's my understanding they were retrieved from the console of a Mercedes.
And what condition were those pills in item 48 in when you received them for testing?
They were not complete tablets. They had a portion that appeared to be cut off of it, so I couldn't read the exact monogramming on either tablet. They appeared to be round tablets, nothing out of the ordinary.
You mentioned some monogramming. Did you note monogramming on those pills?
It's noted in the description on the analytical report.
And would it refresh your recollection to see your report to describe that monogramming?
Yes.
I would put on the screen just for the witness to refresh her recollection. Exhibit 628, please. And looking now at your report, does that refresh your recollection with respect to what you observed in terms of monogramming on item 48?
Yes.
And what did you observe?
The first tablet from agency item number 48 was a partial round white tablet that was monogrammed with a 0 and a 2-5 on one side and a capital P on the other side. The second tablet in agency item number 48 was a partial round white tablet that was monogrammed 325 on one side and capital R capital P on the other side.
And aside from the portions of those pills that may have been cut to perhaps eliminate some portion of the monogramming, did they appear consistent with one another?
They appeared to be.
All right, we can take that down, thank you. Did you initially perform fentanyl quantification testing on those 2 pills identified as BCA item 48?
Yes.
And what do you have to do after taking a weight in terms of next steps for that process to occur?
So I photographed the tablets because I wanted to grind them before analysis to ensure that they're fully mixed before I take samples for analysis. So to preserve the visual appearance of the tablet before I did that, I took a photograph and then ground the tablets.
And then did you ultimately come up with a quantitative level with respect to fentanyl in those items, the 2 pills that were part of item 48?
Yes.
And then did you also later perform additional quantification testing, quantitative testing on item 48 for purposes of identifying methamphetamine?
Yes, I did.
And did you follow that same type of process, although the pills would already have been ground at that point? Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you also perform testing on an item identified as BCA item 51?
Yes.
And what was your understanding of where that item originated from?
It originated in the rear passenger side of a squad car, a police car.
And did you perform quantitative testing for both fentanyl and methamphetamine on that item as well?
Yes, I did.
And what was the condition of BCA item 51 when you first received it for testing?
That was also a partial tablet with no visible monogramming of any kind on, and it had a little bit of what appeared to be red staining on the tablet.
Was the texture of that item different in any way from the other 2 pills you had previously tested?
It seemed to have a rougher surface consistency compared to the other 2 that were smoother in appearance.
Ultimately, did you issue a report documenting your findings with respect to the fentanyl and methamphetamine levels in both of the pills in item 48 as well as the pill in BCA item 51?
Yes.
Do you recall the details of those findings offhand?
I would need to view the report again.
And we will put exhibit 628 up just for the witness to refresh her recollection. And seeing your report, does that refresh your recollection with respect to your findings?
Yes.
And this continues on from page 1 to page 2, so just focusing in on the first part of your findings. What did you find with respect to BCA item 48?
In both of those cases, the fentanyl concentration was less than 1%. For the NMS exhibit 1, which was the first tablet of item 48, the methamphetamine was 1.9%, and again, fentanyl less than 1%. For NMS item 2, or the second tablet in item 48, the fentanyl was less than 1%, and the methamphetamine was 2%.
And then with respect to BCA item 51, what were your findings with respect to BCA item 51?
Fentanyl was less than 1%, and methamphetamine purity was 2.9%.
And with respect to fentanyl, is that amount, well, how does that amount, this less than 1% amount, compare to what you would expect to see for street fentanyl in your experience?
In my personal experience, when I've quantitated fentanyl in powders or tablets, generally we see levels that are low and less than 1%, or maybe slightly above 1%.
So having a level under 1% with respect to fentanyl purity is common, and sometimes it may be slightly higher. Is that your experience?
In my experience, yes.
And with respect to the amounts of methamphetamine, ranging from 1.9% through 2.9% purity, how does that compare to what you typically see in your line of work for street or recreational methamphetamine?
That result is low. Generally, we see higher levels in methamphetamine samples that I have tested.
And when you say higher levels, approximately what percentages of purity do you typically look at for street methamphetamine?
Majority of the time I see 90 to 100% methamphetamine.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Nelson?
No question.
All right, thank you. You are excused. Members of the jury, we're going to recess until tomorrow morning. We'll we have some matters to take care of, but we're still going to shoot for 9:15 tomorrow. Thank you.